Yes, the stream should now be online.
Nice.
On the YouTube.
Oh, yes, that is correct.
I can confirm that we are once again, for like the third or fourth time, playing session 75.
Yeah, I was so confused because I was trying to take notes because I'm trying to be better about doing better resumes. So I'm like trying to study. And I was like, what the fuck? Like, no, I'd already listened to this. Then I was like, did I listen to it like before now? And I was like, no, you don't do that before on the day. Are you kidding me?
Okay. Where in the world is 72? Oh, that's on Grimm's channel. Yes.
Yeah, it's 70, 71, 72, 74,
Say,
75,
say,
75, 75.
There's a playlist with them all. So, like...
Yeah.
I broadcasted 72, 73, and 76 of late.
And thank you for doing that.
Yeah.
That's great.
All right.
I also like Haldamir's upload order of our other campaign.
Oh my god.
21, 23, 20, 24, 22.
Oh lord. Yeah.
All fixed in the playlist, I'm sure.
Hey, you know.
Well,
I was gonna have the stream on my tablet, but you know what? I am on the wrong account, and
No. Oh, Aries on the business account.
Yeah, you know, my, like, it's... I can't even manufacture one. Official business. No funny stuff. Business.
Only like videos about finance.
Banking.
International trading.
Have a LinkedIn link as my only thing in the description.
Oh lord. I'm pretty sure I could make comedy of LinkedIn files. Well, some John. Imagine. It's like CEO, and it's like it's just you.
Now, what if someone did a recap?
I can do a recap.
Please.
I wrote notes. You know? Now, as it turns out, our sessions are all over the fucking place. Which I'm like, oh, okay, maybe I'll try and like do it in sections. Like, this is what happened with Verlignif. And I was like, no, it's impossible. Like, it's actually impossible. So we will just start in the beginning. No. Yeah, we returned, you know, hearing about Verlignif again. And once he felt better, he went back to the Dragon Fane. Of course, first going around to get his stash in through the hidden passage as to not cross the Fane. And, you know, then going in and having a chat with Rimenthir. And Rimenthir was searching for ways to stop himself from having a debt to Verlignif, and suggested that he could trade Verlignif, the frozen giant that had fed him while he was captured. And Verlignif said that he really didn't care about that now, and if Rimenthir, after the discussion, felt it necessary, it could be his task to find a befitting punishment for the giant, as Verlignif is busy, and that could be his way of freeing his debt. And Rimenthir went to ponder upon this new quest. Meanwhile, Imisure sent an expedition to the cursed city of Starman. One Nova Cree leading it, hiring expendable adventurers. And some of his description was there was living molten obsidian seeking out life. The streets littered with emerald crystals. And as he had flown over the city, he saw a pit of blue flame in a crater, as if something was buried there. The flames kept consuming magic that was supposedly maybe being produced by some kind of artifact there. Maybe remains of gods. Who knows? Seems very valuable and very magical. Belignus then goes to the Spyhorn tribe, asking them what they want for cooperation, and they basically say we want gold and land, and they're like, hey, what about south of the river? That sounds great, huh? And Belignus told them no, that would be a very bad idea, but they could go raiding together, and because they were stinking on his behemoth, so he cleverly, surprisingly clever, told them that maybe they could go raiding together and they could show how their behemoths were much better than all other behemoths. Then in the shit show that is Westgate, the guild war continues. The Rippers ask the Marked to join them, and the Marked tells them to fuck off. And a bunch of people during this session end up leaving, leaving Westgate. Disentarm goes on a rampage per usual, smacks a bunch of people, and end up smacking the Blue Sun Guild to the point where they leave. The dwarves of Thunderhome seek out Relicnif and try and make an alliance or some kind of deal. And Relicnif tells them how happy, truly blessed he is that they have taken care of his mine while he was gone. And thus starts a war on the Fane from the dwarves, who are refusing, of course, to give away silver. And yeah, they march up on the Fane, and he ends up having to ask Emissary for help. Emissary then influences the fire giants to help Belignif in trade for money, which they then figure out that they could take from the Red Banner host. First they were like, hey, maybe us and the dwarf and you, we could make some kind of, system where we get equal share of the mine. And then Lignif told her that no, he is pretty sure now that he wanted to destroy the dwarves. So that would not work out. So they found this other solution. The Cult of Nebanian is back on our initiative, I suppose. And Emissary was nice enough to send them the skull of their old sphinx, which they were very grateful for, which was not really the meaning of that, but the cat people, I guess. Sembia. Oh, this was before the attack on the Fane, was it not? It was. Sembia had sent a messenger to Velignef and asked him to attack Elvasol, because, of course, Cormier has been reaching out as protection, and that was where he took the Spyhorn tribe to raid. Which is why on our nice pretty map, Elvasol is, a skull. It's gone. Rampaged, pillaged, and destroyed. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And after getting a bunch of resources from my allies, the Marked split up with the Centaurum in Westgate. And yeah, I'm really excited to see all the new factions. I think that about covers it.
I think that was pretty good.
Thank you. I
And
studied.
pretty,
No, it was very
thorough.
comprehensive.
Yeah, it was good. It was good. Yes, as you can see, this Centaurum is broken into the Cult of Zurich, the Black Network, the Church of Bane, and the Grand Mercenary Guild, each inheriting bits and pieces from the one's great Centaurum, but now closer in strength to the other and influence to the other factions of the city. So far, no one really knows what they're going to do, because it's very recent that they've broken up.
Yeah, they probably don't know what they're gonna do. So.
Well, maybe they have ideas. But first and foremost, we have goal slot we can use to do a thing. Does
It's
anyone
all
have
yours,
any desires for that?
Oh, I've hummed and hawed about that slot. I had I had an idea that I was very clear on that I wanted to do before this old dwarf shit started. Um, I can't
Well-
help but feel that defeat Thunderhome is very relevant.
Can I? You know what? There's a short scene that's going to happen this very sort of end of winter. That might influence your decision here. Two things actually.
Okay.
I reveal to you. So maybe we just come back to that then, because I feel like that might give you a bit more to work with. The first one is that during this winter, Mother Druma arrives at the Fane.
Wow.
She's bringing with her her two younger sisters, as it were, at this point, as well as a couple of her fanged trolls. She comes with a warning, stating that she has had a true vision, much like the one that once told her not to fight you all, but instead try to work with you, because otherwise she would surely die. Which proved to be a good thing to follow. This one told her that her roots would take her, and that if she stayed where she was, then she would be dragged into the sea and drowned, which disturbed her. She'll say that the vision was full of gnarled, old, rotting hands pulling her towards death and doom. As such, she has ascended, and figures that she's used to living below ground, but now she's going to try life above, though ideally still not under the sun. As such, she essentially comes here just with the offer to stay or go find another place that she can be at. She is leading two other hags as well as several trolls, so it's not like she's going to have a problem finding a home.
I mean, she has been a stalwart ally in the past. That much can't be denied. If she wants to hang out in the Fane while she figures out where she wants to go, like ultimately, then sure.
Sure. Yeah, she will. She will also say that that it has disturbed her enough that she would almost wish to go further away from the mountains. Possible. But for now, yes, that will certainly do. Beyond that, on the first day of real spring, Velignith will find himself standing, looking up at a tall mountain, whereupon a massive shadow is sitting. He feels a sense of awe, looking upon this shadow, for behind it is an impossibly powerful light, blinding him, more powerful than the sun or any heat source he's ever seen. Velignith, a voice says, divine, powerful, indeterminate, as if spoken through many throats. I have seen you kill and destroy. I have received your offerings to my great horde. Yet when giants came, you called upon me. Now it is time to show me you have the strength to stand on your own. The voice echoes as he feels eyes upon him. A sense, a feeling that he should bow, perhaps. The dwarves of Thunderhome have struck against my temple and occupy my mine. They are thieves and must be destroyed. The giants to the south have yet remained in these mountains, but they are weak. They cannot be allowed to continue to act as our equals, kill or subjugate them. This shall be your tribute to me at the Festival of Vengeance at Midsummer. This is my will, and you will be the instrument of my destruction. Then suddenly the light is gone, and he awakes as if from a dream in the darkness of his own lair upon his hoard.
Oh, that's terrible, because that's exactly what I thought to myself. I'd really just like to kill both of them, but I can't. And now I have to.
Yeah. Well, you know.
Help.
So I don't know if that influences your decision at all, but those two things have occurred.
I want to have a moment of skepticism then.
Okay.
Because there has been divine guidance sent to people before that wasn't quite reasonable. And also, it was supposedly from Velignith, which isn't right. So, is there any hint of a sign that this could be like doctored or faked? Because we considered to use the same strategy against the giants before.
I suppose that would be like a religion check to check divine message.
I mean, one component of religion is faith, but I am scared. I don't want to be led astray here. Interpret visions, yes. What does it mean when Tiamat tells me to kill everyone?
So you go to the stone giant who casts the bones for you.
Yeah, what does it mean?
29. Now, this is not something we do in this edition, but I'm going to say you can do this at advantage because you are a chosen of Tiamat. So roll me again and take the better result.
31.
Okay, a little bit of a difference, not much, but okay, that's decent. It certainly, and I'll give you two answers really. It certainly felt divine. He felt the presence, the power of this entity. He could feel magic and strength radiate from it. However, none of the imagery is particularly fitting for Tiamat.
Yeah, that was my fault too.
A lone figure upon a mountain with the light behind it is not how you would normally picture the queen of dragons. Now, religiously, is there any doubt that if he did this, Tiamat would be pleased? No, it is pretty much in her portfolio. Take what others have, meet vengeance upon anyone who has ever harmed you. Is certainly there. However, there is grounds for doubt. If Tiamat was truly to contact him, and this is maybe the greatest thing, she would send a herald. That is how gods mostly speak to their subjects. They speak through their heralds. Now, Tiamat's heralds are big ass dragons. Pretty much every single one of them. Like, honestly, he probably wouldn't know them by name because there aren't that many, and they're all pretty powerful. And certainly in this era, most of them have died, so there aren't that many to pick from anymore. And this didn't look a lot like a dragon. He was blinded, but yeah, it is possible. Again, it would fit within her portfolio, but I mean, if something was able to do something like that, that would be fairly impressive, certainly. But yeah,
That's shenanigans. We wanted to do it before. It has sort of happened before in a very similar way. It's complicated. It is, isn't it? And it's also the kind of advice that seems reasonable but would be borderline self-destructive in his current situation. Which... it would be a challenge, but... this isn't how they should work. Like, surely all the messages he needs from Tiamat come from the abilities he's getting bestowed and his instincts, not like go kill people in a cryptic message that doesn't seem right.
Yeah, and a message not involving a dragon. That's
I know,
that's
right?
like that's insulting. Like if someone tries to trick you, at least do a better job.
Well, I mean, it could have been a dragon,
Yeah,
but he couldn't see it,
a
and
silver dragon?
that's usually not how things work.
No.
All right. Well, if he's
That's
getting contacted by a divinity, he can do some divination of his own, but he will need to acquire said ritual.
That also sounds like something to do after you determine what your goal is going to be.
Yes.
I said it might influence you one way or the other, but
No matter what, you sound like you're on Team Fuck Thunderhome. So like, like that can be your goal. Like you can like the giants, you can just leave like it as a nebulous sort of energy if you want to even do anything with them at all.
Yeah, I have plans that are not necessarily subjugation or destruction, but they all hinge on defeating Thunderhome.
Yeah.
So that's still a goal of mine, which might as well be the goal for that slot. It doesn't mean like that I can't have other goals. I would also really like to know what the hell is going on downstairs with like lizard folk uniting and water rising and aboleths and all the terrible things, but surely they won't matter up here in the mountains, right?
well, the Grumman nods as she looks out over the vast horizons. Think about how far away she can go.
She must know some of that. That's why she's fucking leaving. She's like,
But yeah, so how would you want to word this goal? And how ambitious do you want the goal to be?
I want to be in a position where I don't know how far I need to go to get to the point where I need to be.
I don't know where you're trying to be, so I can't really answer that.
I suppose I'll pause it like this. Maybe we can walk sheep through this. At what point would you, through you, Valigneth, would be satisfied with like the position with the dwarves after everything that just happened last session?
I think a reasonable compromise goal is to permanently reduce Thunderhome's might.
Okay, so that's more like a slap over the nose.
Yeah, maybe that's all it takes. If I have to go further, I might, but that's definitely where I need to go.
You know, that's remarkably modest for Valigneth. He's starting small. All right.
Yeah, I was expecting turn all dwarves into ruin, flame the beards, and shatter the. But yeah, we could go with.
This is the patience thing kicking in, everyone.
Yeah, I mean, he's a dragon. He doesn't have to do it right now, unless, of course.
But that's never stopped him.
That's true. Never stopped it. All right, I'll say that is. It takes some effort. It's certainly not easy. Is it hard to permanently reduce one of their stats? I think with dedication, you could make it happen. So I'm gonna call it medium. Reduce
also just
Thunderhome's might.
Just so I don't get things mixed up, could you repeat what good old General Victus wanted Valigneth to do with regards to the Red Banner host? Like
she wants to eat the Red Banner host. She wants to take it over.
Yeah, but what specifically is she asking of Valigneth to just hand them on a silver platter, or
no, to just help her take them over?
Okay,
she does not have the reach over there. She can send herself and her people, but she can't. Like she has never been up here. She doesn't know any of this terrain or land. Like the giants don't have giant maps covering everything because it's never been relevant, right? Their world is essentially this mountain range.
I mean, I can say with some authority that most things north of the mountains are just ruined villages and burnt cities.
From you and several other sources at this point. Yeah, it's fertile land because of all the bones.
Yeah, ashes.
But the Red Banner host, yeah, she would like to join them with her forces because she believes she's running out of there aren't that many giants left to serve her since all the stone giants have begun leaving. And the hill giants she can't really rely upon. I mean, they're big, brutish, stupid idiots who can throw boulders. And the fire giant numbers are very limited. So, sort of the Rebena host has centaurs and ogres, and more so, they have the means that she would need to project her power south into the Shining Plains here to sort of have a bit of a buffer, if you will, to the mountains themselves, which would make her happy. Because right now she sort of is in these mountains, that's her power base, but it's really been shown not to be enough, right? In the past.
Also, if she doesn't want to butt head with the red dragons, then she can't really expand from there.
Yeah. It's not that expansion is super necessary, but safety is. And with more numbers comes greater safety.
All right.
All right. We have the goal then. Permanently reduce Thunderhome's might by any amount. But usually when you do it more. Right? That's usually how it ends up. All right. Then perhaps we should begin. Some stuff have happened, but basically some of the factions that are not relevant to us directly, some of the conflicts and such that are going on, I've just rolled and done their thing, and it hasn't really mattered for any of you. So, those will basically be skipped. So if there's a faction we don't go to, it's probably because they just did their own thing. That wasn't really important. The first thing, though, is the Spirehorn tribe. They get to go first. They're the fastest to react. They're small, and they roll really well. So, this year, the tribe, or most of it anyway, will come to the Dragonfane. And there they will essentially, ask if there's another raid, or when the next raid will happen. This was good for them, and they'd like more.
Well, ambition, that's certainly something to be respected. There will be opportunities. However, they should not expect that it's gonna be as easy as last time. Last time, Villignev basically took them on a tour to see, how they would do.
Mm-hmm.
But the next thing, he's more looking for actual help.
Yeah. You know what? Give me a nature or insight.
All right. Nature or insight. That's definitely going to be insight because Villignev is actually pretty damn good at reading people.
Mm-hmm.
I say.
Ooh.
He's several years out of practice. You think about that?
It's true. It's true.
And they're lizards. He gets the idea at least that the, I guess I'll just say that the last victory emboldened them, and they feel they want to fight they couldn't have won by themselves, and they want to do that again. They want to. Essentially, they believe if they go with him, they will win, and if he can make that a confident statement, then maybe he will be able to further his goal to integrate them.
All right. Well, last time was a tour to see how they do. Next time it's going to be the real thing, real world. On that note, could I try to influence them a bit while we're at it?
Yeah. What do you want to do?
I want to make them want more of exactly that, just going out and fighting. Like,
sure.
Alongside Villignev. That's exactly the direction I want.
How is he going to do it? Is it while they're here, or does he go to their place? Or?
I mean, either really works. Maybe while they're here, just he'll lay out some of his grand designs, which of course include that whatever he himself wants to do, he will do, and that very well includes raids and such. So anyone who works with him can benefit from that.
Show them Spirehorn armor and such.
Yeah. Like this is what Villignev could do for you.
Sure, yeah. I mean, roll it, right?
That's influence plus treasure, and he's obviously getting himself involved.
Sounds like it. Yeah.
That is 5 dice then.
The dragon ad.
For nothing. Great.
All right. They're not more influenced than they already were at that point. Then. You could do it again.
I could, but I don't want to use any of my treasure, and I don't want to get my influence to 0.
Mm-hmm.
Here comes Thunderholm to permanently reduce your...
I mean, who knows what those dwarves are up to?
Or the Red Banner host that's lurking up there. Who knows?
Yeah, they are sneaky. That's what they are.
Sneaky centaurs.
Sneaky centaurs.
Yeah, all right. Well, they'll go home, happy to have informed you that yes, they will come to the next raid and expect similar victory and wealth. If you don't have anything else for them right now, we go to the Seeker in Musgate, who is going to call for peace. Essentially, he sends out a message. He likes to act as if he's some sort of authority in the city that people have to listen to, and so he basically sends out missives suggesting that he could mediate in any outstanding vendettas or debts that are still to be paid in blood for the events that have most recently troubled the fair city of Westgate. As mediator, of course, he would try to secure meetings and keep things from escalating any further. Surely getting the city back into its peaceful state would be good for everyone involved. Beyond that, he reminds everyone that the real goal here was to make sure that the Fire Knives did not continue their existence within the city, and that is something that can still be done. To ensure that Westgate stays independent of foreign influence or interest, allowing actors to do as they will. And that's his desire, basically, just be a mediator. If anyone wants to talk about things, he wants to do that. The next faction to go is the Fire Knives. And they are going to get out of this city because...
I was gonna say, hello!
Menu card. And Cormier, as it turns out, it's not Cormier's turn yet, but here's some news. Cormier, this year is, in the Lord's year 1422, a Cormirian expeditionary force in the Dale lands north of Cormier and Sembia, and a Cormirian or a Sembian National Guard force actually clash, and there's a battle. Which means that Sembians and Cormirians have now killed each other in battle. Sure, it's in like a third-party place over something that neither country really cares that deeply about, but it is an escalation. This year, both Cormier and Sembia are going to look north with their forces and influence and power. What they have put here is probably what you're going to get. And when the Fire Knives learn that no more help is coming this year, they look around and see that maybe this just isn't their time.
There's a lot of angry people.
You want to rule Westgate, but you already earned back your noble title. Go home, and they will. They have. You'll find that their places are bandit, basically.
Man, they're probably getting conscripted right there.
Exacted, and went back to.
Welcome to Cormier.
The
All
Harper's
nobles
moved
need
into their homes.
Nice. Yeah, they've left. They're out of here. The Westgate City Guard declares this period of struggle over, and that from now on the regular rules of if you want to kill someone, you pay off the city guard is back on.
I love Westgate.
Generally, they just say to everyone, "Don't make trouble." Currently, the Captain's Council ruling, and the Captain's Council's message to the world is, "Don't try it. We have the city guard now, and we're pretty strong ourselves. Don't. The Captain's Council is united about one thing: that is to not lose the current seat they have. And
Money.
they say, figure it out. But if you come at us, you're going to have a bad time. Right now. Beyond that, they just want to currently let things figure themselves out.
I am perfectly happy having them sitting there. Like,
You know, the thing is, they don't really have any great enemies, except for Cormier and Sempia, really. But they've sort of lost all their people. They've all fled. No one likes the people who serve them. The Church of Bane. Having fractured, really has always existed as part of the Centaurium. A strongly sort of almost knightly order of mercenaries and soldiers and clerics of God Bane, Lord of Tyranny. He's the Lord of Slavery and of sort of evil overlordship and rule. Incidentally, he's also a power currently keeping one of the aspects of Tiamat in prison so that he can subjugate evil dragons to serve him. You know, it's a pretty big deal. It's something he's got going on. It's working out really well for him. They're here. They have fractured out from the Centaurium, and their first attempt, or first thing they want to do, is to try to secure influence upon the Grand Mercenary Guild. Turns out a lot of the soldiers the Centaurium had were like orc mercenaries and bugbear mercenaries and trolls and giants and a bunch of evil humans and such who don't really follow any particular deity. They're here for money and just like loot and power. So they've all fractured off and formed their own little Grand Mercenary company. And the Church of Bane would like to sort of be considered to be on top of that. So that's what they're going to try to do. With some influence and treasure. Just imagine. That is a double 3. The Church of Bane. As they are brought in and consider each other to be current allies. We will give them the purple one. No, they're friends. The guild cares little for anything that's not just like money, really. That's their thing. They're not here to do anything fancy. Cormier's turn. They're busy in the north. Suitor's Hold. The giant Victus. Yeah, essentially, Relignith will have a visit from a host of fire giants. Having brought some hill giants as well to throw boulders, you know. There was a deal struck to take down the Red host, and you know, seems like that should be done.
That should be done, shouldn't it? And they're expecting his faction to basically take the lead here.
Well, equal work, yeah.
Equal work, okay.
You know, you'll strike, they'll strike, sort of thing.
Sure.
They need to conserve some strength, though, because they need to be able to annex them at the end of this fight. Which means that they need to be healthy enough to do so.
Does the Red Banner host still have money?
Not that much.
Could the Spirehorn tribe?
Hey, I mean, you have your questions if you want to ask them. But...
Yeah, my question would be, does the Red Banner host have more money than the Spyron tribe?
Same.
Same, that's what I feared, because then they wouldn't get anything from it.
Yeah.
You could always blame the Spirehorn tribe. It's not my fault that you couldn't like get more money.
They just didn't have any.
Yeah, I don't know if raiding like a roving band of mercenaries is really what the Spyron tribe is hoping for.
Yeah.
And I also don't exactly know how much help they could be. I'd rather keep them against the dwarves, maybe.
Absolutely. I wouldn't send lizard folk chasing after centaurs either.
Yeah,
like here they come from the underground and you have them like on the open plains.
Doesn't seem like a great idea.
Yeah, Victus is you know, She understands the problem here, which is why she even asked for your help. It is centaurs on an open field is not something you want to fight.
Yeah.
So what are you going to do? It's a problem. It's a problem she has. It's a problem she thinks that dragons might be able to solve.
There's only one of Valignant. But either way, what the Dragonfang can do is bolster its equipment a bit, which I definitely intend to do. Get those forges rolling, as is tradition.
Use the resources from the valley just in case.
True. Might lose the valley, we can exploit it first.
There you go.
Treasure plus sovereignty plus 2, and Valignant, that's 8. For 772.
So yes, he does it.
Then
Do you want to bolster Suitor's hold as well?
I mean, if I'm leading the attack here,
Yeah.
and I'm also gonna defend against the dwarves, then I'm afraid, until I actually have their assistance and not just the promise that they will after I do this, I'm gonna have to keep my resources to myself.
Sure.
And we'll do that again. I don't think I've ever really used that twice on myself because I didn't realize it was a possibility. 4, 6, 7. Or a 999 and a 88. Okay.
Jesus. But here comes the hot hand right here for the stuff where the height doesn't matter.
Full plate mail. Just fucking.
My Skywing is wearing mithril barding.
I wish.
The Triceratops is wearing another Triceratops' wing.
Yes!
One of those
It's the
shrines
best.
from Total War. It's a big laser gun. Wow.
Oh, shit.
The power up is just like a bunch of creative firepower that the hill giants can't throw.
I could do that once more.
Yeah.
I might. Like this.
What's
Listen,
the
people.
harm,
It's overtime. We've got a year of war ahead of us. You're gonna be grouchy about it. I realize that, but now's not the time to complain.
You'll if you do that again though, you're gonna have to watch the sovereignty as well.
Yeah. But my thought is just with might being both offensive and defensive, I'd rather have a higher chance to actually defend than a higher buffer of sovereignty.
You never
Sure.
lose, then it doesn't matter, right?
Exactly, yeah.
If you never lose. Well, we've seen folks who've had a shit ton of dice, like Corbier, never hit anything.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 2, 1.
I mean, my thought is, if I have 10 dice, I will... No. If I have 11 dice, I'll always have a pair.
You know, that is factually correct, yeah.
Okay.
That is then 6, is that correct? 2... Treasure plus... territory.
I'm looking
yeah.
forward to seeing you try to catch these fucking centaurs out in the open. This could be good.
Yeah, I don't know how that'll work.
I did look up on the rules actually after last time and found that you cannot have a pool greater than 10. So
Oh, you can't? Okay.
11 isn't technically
Oh.
possible.
Okay. Well, now we know that moving forward for all factions, not just us,
Yes.
but other factions
It
that are
impacts other factions too.
slinging around.
That's what I read.
Okay, and then we're gonna do the initial strike against the Red Banner host here.
If I may make a suggestion, you might want to wait until they act at initiative.
That's a good point.
Because, like, it's not confirmed. Like, you're not the sort that's going to, like, try and direct them anywhere, but they might... God forbid, though, they move further away from you, but, like, they could also, like, try a target like Tazir to get money if Symbiote's going to be distracted.
True. If I were a more sneaky person, I could perhaps think about influencing them to do exactly that, but I
Remove their symbiote.
But as it stands, you could just wait.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Let's just wait, see what they do. See what the dwarves do too.
Mhm. All right. Yeah, the Harpers. They have outstanding issues, as it happens. There are things in this city that they don't like, and you know, there's a lot of things actually in this city that they don't like. They don't think they can clean the whole thing up, but if nothing else, there's tiers of bad guys, right? And one thing the Harpers don't like is both mind flayers and vampires. Those things are bad. And now it's time to take care of some of those things. So we'll see how well they can do that. Firstly, they will call on some donators to come give them some money, and they will succeed excellently at that. Good. Then they will try to kill a vampire. Just sneak in, stealthily assassinate a vampire. Because when these guys want to be adventurers and do adventuring things, pretty good at it, as it turns out. And then there was one less vampire in the night masks. Wow, that's impressive.
Again!
Yeah, you see, it's all a balancing act. The idea is just to spark others to do similar things, to get blood in the water, right?
Oh, they gotta do a little more to get blood.
The Rippers here need to be taken out as well. Ideally exposed, shown the error of their ways. The Harpers here, it's mind flayers. What are you really gonna do? Is they're gonna try to just attack them. What else are you gonna do? Strike at them, raid their place. Of course, the Rippers gonna try to defend themselves. They don't want this. They are gonna stop them somewhat, but not enough. As Harpers just kill a bunch of them. Essentially, what happens is like a couple of adventurers, couple of high-level adventurers, raid a place, right? It's as you say, it's an adventure path. It's dealing with the dead in the cities of Westgate. Probably like an Adventurers League module or something for high-level characters. So they now run in, raid, found out that there's intellect devourers inside the people in the warehouse. Take care of those. Go down into the basement, find a mind flayer, have a battle, deal with it, bring back some loot and some information and whatnot. You know how these things are. We've all been there. Yeah, all right. What else? What else could they figure out to do here? Well, I mean, really, they kind of want to keep going there. That went pretty well. So let's just see if they can do it again. That's a maybe and no. Doesn't seem so good. No, they couldn't do it again. They try the next time, but that party wipes to the mind flayers. That's not good for the Harpers. They don't like really getting weak, but they still have a bunch of influence, honestly. Just find a thing they want to do, and then they can do it. What if they collapsed one of the night masks places that they live in? That seems like a good idea. They're much better at that, too. Let's do some stealthy warfare. Succeeding. So the night masks will take a little more damage. And then the Harpers will look innocent as they look around. Because that's what they wanted to do. Spend a little bit of time, blow up destroy some of the night masks fortifications. Break open their vaults and cults, kill some vampires, kill some intellect devourers, and show that these two factions are weak. The Night Mask's turn. See, they are not happy with the Captain's Council being in rule. Why should some random-ass pirates rule over vampires? It just does not make sense in their sort of higher hierarchy of power. However, they're also somewhat weakened. Their ally, the Rippers, is strong, but certainly not as much now that Harper's wet for them. So they need allies. Now, who would ally? Who'd be insane enough to ally with mind flayers and vampires? Well, the Church of Cyric certainly would. So they're going to try to bring along the Church of Cyric. Absolutely crazy people. Now, of course, this is things that you can try to stop, right? If you had the desire to.
Yeah, I might.
Double one.
Can I stop it?
Yeah,
Well,
you
they
can.
they might defend against that. I don't know whether the cult of Sirik wants to be influenced by vampires.
Yeah, I'm gonna let
I
that
don't
do
know
it first.
either. Let's flip a coin. They don't.
Oh, good.
Let's see if they can stop it. No, they can't. Well, then they're influenced. And will at least for now be blue. As you know, the vampires sent a pretty bad offer, really. But maybe it's puzzling how that worked. It's double once, so it's about as bad as it can be while still technically succeeding. Turns out the Church of Sirik, I mean, they're actually insane. Sort of in a not called the dragon way, but sort of, I guess maybe a little bit in the cult of the dragon way. Honestly, they're pretty bad too. But why worship the god that wants to kill and destroy everything forever? Yeah, it's a good question, but these guys do it. So they don't mind the undead. Sirik likes the undead. He's a big fan.
All of us and you, we can just destroy all the living here in Westgate.
Why
That's
don't we
just
just
a good
kill
idea.
everybody? And they're like, yeah, you know what? TX rules all. And then, there we go. The Red Banner host have looked around and found that there's no easy targets. The Colmerians are distracted, but what are you going to do with this crappy little town? You're not going to ride all the quests across the mountains into Colmere. You tried that down in Amna. That didn't go so well. Now, this faction, I can tell you, have had a problem. The reason they've been so aggressive and tried to constantly do things is because they have had to, every single turn, pay for their upkeep. Meaning that they have taken a treasure hit every turn where they didn't gain treasure. And at some point that began being permanent, so they got really poor and could have been destroyed. But I think given that they have space here, Ellersol is no more. There's 2 ruined cities here. The land is good. Like, this is a place people want to live. A lot of people used to live here. I think they're gonna just begin the process of of settling down, really, of growing into this space. Trade has to go through here from multiple different paths. There's no cities around here, no walls that can bother them. And they have a plane with enough mobility to sort of move away from whichever force is attacking them without being pushed up against mountains and such. In the south here, the Shining Plains, the ground there is just like dirt and yellow grass. Here it's plentiful, right? There are wheat fields that don't get harvested. And though there may be a lack of large beasts that they can sort of hunt for fun, it's not the worst. And so for now, they're happy to. They're happy to basically take over Eldersalt here. They're just gonna live here for a bit. If the dwarves get uppity and such, they're confident they can defend themselves.
In the arrow and the violent ways. Swear to live peacefully as
a lot of
farmers.
fighting. And at this point, if there was a really easy target, of course they would then go raiding. But right now there isn't, and that's okay. You can just it's a fine place to grow strong for a bit, replenish some numbers. A couple years of recuperation. The little cities over here, Easting and Prior Pearl, will send forces to a united effort of Iriabor to secure this alliance, meaning that from now on they will defend, not just defend each other, but begin at the beginning of every year support Iriabor with their strength so that Iriabor can defend them all better. Proskure over here does something similar with Comir, though right now that means the Comirian expedition here is just sort of their strength, which is pitiful at this point, because Comir doesn't have time to protect their little vassal, which really is unfortunate for everyone on that side of the fence. The Black Network has appeared, inheriting most of the Centaurums. Mostly these are humans, sub-leaders, functionaries, smugglers, that sort of thing. But also mercenaries, a couple of wizards. They have basically inherited most of the Centaurum's influence network. Pretty much all of it. Beyond that, they have gotten a decent chunk of the wealth as well. They're sitting pretty well, but they need some heavy hitters to keep what they have from being taken by others. To this, what do you call that? Effect. They have wished for to befriend someone. This beholder has certainly shown that he's strong, and if he happened to be a crime leader in this city, they're fine with that. They don't need to be on top. They just need to have their fingers in every pie, and they'll end up earning money no matter who wins. So they will try to cozy up to Getra here. Basically, try to offer him enough stuff that he doesn't want to eat them all. That is influencing. He, of course, wants to eat them all as the base situation, but can be convinced that maybe cooperation is okay.
Well, I mean, I'm sure the Black Network people in between them can agree that there's some that are expendable.
Well, of course.
Like the Cabinet Council,
They're actually pretty professional, what remains of the Black Network. They're not strongly religiously affiliated. They're practical people, the people who mostly got the job done while all the nutcases were ruling. So they're pretty okay. And it's a tendency we will see in greater extent around Faerun that pieces of the Centarum sort of shake loose all the weird cults and begin operating more in the shadows and more behind the scenes, but maybe also more reliably and less sort of constantly insane and evil. For now, though, they'll ally with this beholder because they don't want to lose what they have, and beyond that, they extend a hand to work with anyone who might be interested. If you can make an argument for why it would benefit them, then possible. The Cult of the Dragon come to the Marked, because the Marked have been acting. They've shown that they have a dragon, and that is important. A person wearing a purple robe and a draconic mask will show up and offer in grand proclamation that there could be an alliance between the Marked and the Cult of the Dragon. Just imagine. Beyond that, they could join together with the other factions praising the eternal existence.
No.
And the dragon could ascend. They have heard of great rituals done in other powerful cities that allows a dragon to live not just a long time, but forever. Imagine that. Unending dragons. They couldn't imagine anything greater.
But
and this is
living
that
or
they will make,
existence.
It's existing.
No, yeah, well.
And they will extend the offer to find these connections and make it their solemn vow to get this done for you, for this dragon.
I don't want to be an undead dragon.
And you can join with the other eternal beings to help create a world where as it will be. That's their suggestion.
You might be tempted if they had proven themselves to be more competent in the sessions.
Well, also if it wasn't about being undead and joining the people who tried to assassinate me.
Wow, all undead people do not share the same mindset. Like, how dare you?
Well, the nightmares tried to assassinate me. Like,
they did.
Right. And you don't have to join them to be undead. This is offensive.
No, but I don't want. Why would I want to be undead?
Oh, but there's many good reasons, they will say. All the other undead dragons like it. Not a single one has gone back.
No, well, that's nice. Am I mean for just considering sending them to to attack the Red Banner host, saying that it have greatly offended her dear friend Religna?
That might be an influence you'd have to do to make something like that happen. Because they right now think that this would be great. Beyond that, they've been contacted by another dragon, actually.
Oh, the Cicatrix would love to hear about that.
Yeah, it's another dragon that's come to Westgate recently. It used to live in the Lake of Dragons. It's a black dragon, like Citrix. And it is a very important dragon. It's the heir to the Black Dread, which is a pretty big deal, you could say.
Oh.
And it has actually expressed some interest in becoming an eternal Draco Lich.
All right.
So if Citrix doesn't want to, they could certainly go ahead with the other one. The other one isn't. The Cold Dragon feels like they're native to Westgate, and people from Westgate stick together. So you have the offer. But,
Right. I wonder if I shouldn't go along with it just long enough to get them to talk about this other dragon and where its whereabouts.
well, they know where he is.
Yeah.
He hasn't made it that secret, really.
Oh. Well,
You
I
know,
don't.
He's gone to one of the flooded docks all the way out the edge of the city.
Not
trying
Maya's
to-
Modius house, typically.
No, that's a little
Okay.
more in the middle, but he's tried to gain some. Been throwing a lot of money around, actually. A lot of money, hiring mercenaries and sailors, and really beginning to establish himself.
All right.
It's very cocky.
I didn't want to say it, but
Confident.
all right. I mean, that's actually great.
Maybe even a little bit bigger than. But,
Yeah. Well, that's all right.
Yeah, well, that's all right. It said no dragon ever.
No, well, it's not gonna be there forever. Like, I'll grow and he'll die, and this is like, well, that's very tasty.
Well, if you give them an inconclusive answer, then that's how that'll be. They're not quite
No, I
ready
think
to mark themselves
she's
as.
gonna tell them to, research it. She's, that sounds interesting. Obviously, she'll have to know more, but
Oh, great. Then sure. If you give them a confirm, then they will mark their blue banner and say,
no,
"The endless
not
shall
with the
rule
blue
this city."
banner.
And
No.
oh no,
No,
no.
not with those people. If that's the condition, then they can go fuck themselves.
Oh,
No,
well, all right.
can
They'll stay neutral now for them. But,
Okay, I was gonna say, like,
but they,
the
they.
City's been greatly offended by the vampires that dared to try and enter dragon life, which is of course sacrilege. Which I mean, they would understand.
Well, yeah, of
what
course. But I mean, all lesser creatures are going to try to struggle if they don't realize that it's pointless, right?
Mm-hmm. So really, that's not gonna happen.
All right. The captains council themselves. They're happy to rule the city. However, they would like the Night Masks to be out of here.
Agreed.
And as they're the current leaders of the city, they feel like they could help make that happen because they don't want them here. And currently, they are the sort of the reason that there might even be a problem with them ruling. So they will start by just making a blatant attack, declaring them that they've been kicked out once and try to take their stuff, to take the territory, which they will succeed at. Another temporary reduction. I mean, if that continues, then they'll continue. Why not? The masks are not particularly strong.
Vampire layers are collapsing.
Yeah. Yeah, but the Church of Cyric.
Is there any way I could try and influence the Church of Cyric?
What do you want to do?
No.
I don't want them to be. I just don't know where to direct them.
Well, I mean, you have an obvious target in the Night Masks. you would basically just be like trying to override what the Nightmask did to them.
Yeah. Yeah. I'd want to do that. This is not.
All right. Want to just uninfluence them? Or...
Yes.
Right.
How do I do that? Is that
So you do an espionage roll, influence and treasure.
okay? Let's see here.
Simply try to just court them or tell them, the Nightmask is a lot court. I'm probably going to kill them all, and you don't want to be in the way. Something like that. Might be a clear message.
Yeah. I'll do that, and I'll get involved. I was part of the destruction.
The dragon will show up and be like, "Don't."
Yeah, I was part of the destruction of.
There's a lot of other creatures you can get around to killing here. Like, enjoy that.
Direct them. Oh well, that's actually the same.
Well, you succeed. Let's see if they're okay with it. Yeah, fine with it. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Doesn't cost them anything not to help.
Horrible.
Fine, they'll just whatever. And that means the Nightmask gets slapped in the face, and more of their stuff is taken. No, Kimsel's is not gonna. Are you still their friend?
Oh yeah, like I am.
Well, if you want to get in on this, then go ahead. Because Capcom don't want to weaken those too much. They know what happens to so single faction in control here.
Yeah, I would say the same. They do have a city guard.
That's not where Cicatrix. The Nightmask tried to assassinate her.
It's
See
true.
this done.
See it done.
You have a better time.
It's true. Yeah, you're right. Ugh.
Take the point. Make it happen.
Yeah. Well, I spent the point. All right. So might and sovereignty, or territory? No, might and treasure. That's it.
Yeah, to attack.
Yeah. Well. I mean, that is what.
And you decide what you're attacking.
I know. Use a question here. Do
Okay.
they have more territory than me?
No.
All right. I don't know. I think they have money than me.
No.
It's just,
You're generally bigger deal than they are at this point.
well, then
You may recall over the course of the entire time we've been playing this, they've been trying to get more stuff and have.
Yeah. Well,
trounced at every chance because people don't like him.
No, I
about
wonder
you
why
twice.
they try to assassinate me.
Really, they'll do it again.
Oh wow.
What are you attacking?
Yeah. What did I say before? What did I ask?
You asked if they had more territory than you.
Yeah, I'll just attack the territory.
All right. I can tell you then that you go in there, you break the layers. They're homeless now. And beyond that, I think the Rippers are gonna look at that and be like, nah, whatever.
Good.
Not gonna, this is just not gonna go well.
Yeah.
Homeless vampires.
Well, I feel like the Rippers saw what happened to Zentarum last year, and they're like, fuck this.
We'd like to keep living.
All right. So then, if I want to kill them,
yes, it would reduce another stat 2 to 0.
Right. I thought it had to be sovereignty. Does that not?
Sovereignty or territory. Currently, the territory is permanent 0, so you can go for another one. I'll tell you, they don't have much of anything. Influence they have a little more of, but
okay.
You might be able to get some extra prolongment out of raiding their treasure until you start dealing permanent damage to that.
You have too much.
Well, I mean, wouldn't she still be able to temporarily steal it? Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'll do that.
Raid a bit.
Excellent point. Take the treasure. The raid.
You do raid.
You tell me when I can't sustain my rating.
Yes, I'm just looking it up right now. Actually, I want to make sure that we do that stuff right. Assets, attack. You can oh, that's a person doing it. That's not at all.
Tell me more about people attacking companies. Yes.
When you stab a company, it doesn't like it. No, it just talks about the parrying rule. You basically just block people, right? What is this? Completely wrong page. No, no. Attack. Okay, rating. Select if someone has greater treasure. If you succeed, you rate your bonus go down by 1. Yeah. So if you have more than them, you don't gain the treasure. You just take theirs by 1. If you rate
so I don't
with equal,
sustain mine?
you gain 1.
So it's not sustainable on your program.
It's already not
have
sustainable.
too much.
Oh, right.
Basically, what you take from them is not better than anything you have. So
That makes sense. Okay.
yeah, but you can still take it from them. So.
Yeah, I mean, that costs me stuff.
Okay. That said, you might not be the one who wants to like. I mean, you saw it done, but
Yeah, you now gotta wait a little bit. Bloody their nose. They're...
Well,
the problem is,
Oh, God, but I want to.
yeah, like they might just leave the city. If,
How did it happen?
Go to Tizir.
but here's the thing: you could just like look at like the captain's council and say, "Why don't you send in your fucking city guard?"
Yeah, she'll do that. That's a great
Yeah, let's rate them vampires. Whatever. Vampirism is illegal.
Yeah, it is. That's right.
They'll just kill a bunch of them.
Good. Good.
And
good.
you know what? It's still illegal as they go in and destroy more of them. They don't want any more than that because it suddenly, could get scary. The Church of Cyric, though, I think looking at this, yeah, why not? I mean, it's a feast right now, so they want to get in this. No. They tried. They don't have that much power. Well, it looks like they'll live for now.
Yeah.
Let's see, Cold Dragon, do you want to get involved? You actually have pretty much decent stats right now, so yeah, why not? The dragon wants it, but they fail. Vampires are tenacious, as it turns out.
Most wanted. Yeah. Let's see.
Yeah, let's see. Sembia is busy. Temple of Akma is doing their thing. I rolled it. They succeeded, and will inform you, in fact, that they have heard of a ritual that has been researched basically far away in to the south, where much greater plague lands lie.
Yeah.
Well, it's for a misery. But there is magic that has been shown that it can actually fix or pull the spell plague stuff out of the ground. Apparently, it's like it's like an infection or something. You can remove it, and almost make it physical. But such magic is certainly far beyond what the Archmites can do. It's a ritual, basically, called the Purge Spell Plague Ritual.
Okay.
And it is an epic level ritual. There's few of them, but this is one of them. With it, you can essentially begin ripping out the spell plague from the land, which is that's a miraculous event, especially this early in our time. So it is, however, something. There's a precedence, basically. It is something that can be done, and with sufficient magical power source, essentially. It could be done. I don't know. I don't think Missouri is a ritual caster.
No, she's not.
So you would have to access it in some other manner to really remove it permanently. Beyond that, of course, various bits in there can be fought and defeated. Though staying within the place for a long time is within Plague Lands is how you most commonly get a spell scar. So that's definitely not recommended.
All right. This all right, I have an idea, and this can sort of be the link into to Missouri Legion here traveling to Gulfmere Forest to try and meet with druids of Malar in general. Like, there's a giant fucking forest, so she doesn't know where they live. You know,
A little bit everywhere, really.
Yeah, so she just needs contact to get to someone who hop up like a druid telephone line until she gets someone of sufficient authority.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Yeah. I feel like that's almost like a. It's almost like if you could give me a diplomacy check here to see basically how well can you communicate to the ones you can find about the.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Because they're druids and they have conclaves. Like the Emerald Enclave do have glades and stuff that they meet in.
Okay, I crit that.
Oh boy.
So much for using my fast talk skill power. All right.
Let me just fast talk the druids. So what is the message here? Like now we know you do it. Beyond what is needed.
So what she wants to do is she's had the Ogmites research this, and they've come with a ritual. And so the goal that she has in mind is we need an expedition that she's gonna send an expedition down to the south to try and gain access to this ritual. But obviously who's needed to do that is someone who's powerful enough in the Gulfmere, who's A, on Team Malar, and B, willing to engage with this. So it's basically hey, we can purge Starmantle and clear this up so that Team Malar wins. We not only have we cleared out the spell plague, but we've dunked on Team No Banyan. But I've got this, we're not gonna call it a scheme, a really great plan that researchers have gone through, but I can't do this ritual. You guys really want to cleanse and purge Starmantle, and this would be really great on your resume if we're the ones who did this together. I need someone to go down south with this to make sure this ritual is secured to learn it or gain access to it or whatever, so that then they can come back up north with the expedition and work on Starmantle. I think that's the initial foray here. I got something that can help us. You got to provide something.
What you're saying basically is there's a plan.
Yeah, there's a plan.
And
you guys on board with the plan?
Yeah. Yeah, that might very well be. Yeah. So basically, we'll take this as the go-to for the whole thing. I think that's good enough for that. That first the message is out, and it's an intriguing message. Because this is something they all want. There's no need to really convince them. And it's a green dragon saying it and such, but she's worked with some of these druids before, and they have it. You're a big enough deal. You're essentially a paragon tier here. That people who are associated with things that you're associated with will know of you. So people who are into Malar in this general sort of region will know your name. And so perhaps we can cut to in Missouri sitting on a menhir stone, something curled around it, so that cat-like presence, while you have these druids sort of around it, collectively gathered here. The numbers maybe seem small because let's be honest, there's not a large density of druids in the forest, and not all of them will make it by far. But having a good 80, maybe 100 of these people is already an accomplishment that is not done, really. They're very solitary people. Most of them spent time with animals or packs of various sorts. As they listen and understand, many of them probably don't think that finding this sort of thing can be done. But there is one current tenet that you're playing into basically here in the Emerald Enclave, is that the current leader of the whole thing, not a Millar worshipper really, but her greatest and current, really mostly only priority is destroying the Spellplague. She hates it beyond anything, and has decreed basically that the druids must show no mercy to those bearing spell scars or have any sort of affliction of the spells. All should be purged. And so, what you're saying really is very much in line with the general Emerald Enclave goal, as well, of course, as it being Malar who delivers it and not Nobanian would be most excellent, because of course Nobanian already is the deity who has most of the reservations with the purge everything spell plagued, hoping that perhaps there could be a cure or something like that. So yeah, they essentially would be in on it, or have the idea. Now, epic level druids are hard to come by.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they're not people who show up to a meeting like this. Right? They're
absolutely not.
Probably mostly trees half the time, or something like that, right? Like, they don't. At that power level, you're sort of already beginning to leave the world, as it were. You're retreating from things. But it will be pointed out that the current leader of the Emerald Enclave is one such person.
Okay.
She hates the spell plague. She is very powerful, and if some would even say she's quite mad, but they believe that if such a ritual could be procured, she could very much be convinced to perform that ritual, and doing so along with other rituals of Malar would be. I mean, they would. That's almost the best case scenario for them.
All right. Yeah. So, all right. Maybe Zuri can work on workshopping the leader of Emerald Enclave. In that case, she would still want, and communicate that in character, that she wants at least one druid to go with an expedition to South to verify, okay, this is a scroll or whatever of purge spell plague, or a resource that can be taught to the leader of the Emerald Enclave.
Yes, they can. There. I mean, you rolled in high enough. You beat the DC by a little mile. So, yeah, they will be. You will get what you're asking for.
All right, great.
It'll be a set of druids, probably. What do you call that? Like a conclave?
A grove, yeah,
conclave.
Grove,
yeah, something like that. Scent. I mean, honestly, with this roll, you've heard about it. You want to send your own people? That's good. They're not even going to demand or ask that you do. They're good to just go. And we'll even if you don't. You rolled well enough that if they can confirm it, basically, then.
Yeah, I won't slow them down then. That's not even Imizuri being greedy so much as how could any of my minions travel as fast as they can? They can't.
And if they find out that such a thing can indeed be true, then the next step would be to acquire it, right?
Yeah.
And there they might, they don't say that, but you could imagine there they might need the dragon's help, because these druids, if there's one thing the Emerald Enclave doesn't have, then it's cash.
Yeah.
They don't really have an economy, nor do they really believe in it.
Right. Malar doesn't do great on economy.
No, and really, yeah, you can steal a lot of things, but epic tier magic is not something. I mean,
yeah, that's
who do you have to deal with to get that, right?
All right, great, wonderful. The other thing I would be looking for is any sort of advice on how to garner a meeting or confront or converse with the head of the Emerald Enclave who might be deranged, because we got to get her on board with that idea, and Missouri might have to be the one to do that.
Yeah. Now
that doesn't have to be decided right now, because
no, it wouldn't be, because she doesn't. Yeah. She doesn't currently live in the Gulfmere.
Yeah, that would be a problem.
She spent a lot of time elsewhere trying to hunt down those of the spell plague, and also various other things that she doesn't like. She's become very vicious, safe to say. But yes, that is it's a more difficult thing. Generally, she shows up here if there is reason for her to do so. Now, destroying the spell plague is something she would definitely show up for. So if you have confirmed this stuff,
Okay.
you could like arrange for her to show up. Essentially, she's a big enough deal that she can travel fairly far, fairly fast.
All right. Cool. We'll just sit on that idea until the group of druids confirms that the ritual exists. Got it. Great. Yeah. I mean, Missouri leader there is going to leave Golfmere feeling like a total winner because
Oh no, that is a total winner. Yeah.
Like other powerful creatures instead of just a bunch of stupid minions.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There's not a lot. Like the weak druids in Malai usually don't make it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Funny that. Oh, got to be in like a group with a bunch of other strong people who like hunt too.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great. Yeah. All right, I'm done for now. Yeah. Good work, Temple of
Lots
Agma.
of people with scars there. You know.
Yeah.
That's the thing they like to display.
Proud.
Definitely proud.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Temple of Agma. You guys once again reaffirming that you are worth protecting. Oh.
They have had no trouble since you banished 2 dragons and killed another.
Yep, totally did that. I'm good for now.
The Sleepers Council, Getra here, has killed the Centaurm. Feels like he's proven to everyone what happens. Whatever his original idea was with this whole guild war, I don't even remember, so he probably doesn't either. He had a plan, but that was diverted when someone kicked him in the shins. And now everyone has seen what happens. So, that's good. Yeah, does he have a problem with the council leading the city? Not really, no. That's not, he doesn't, honestly looking, no, not really. The Centaurm is no more, that's good. If anyone messes with him, he'll be annoyed, but right now, he's taking a little bit of deserved rest. Just looking at people, saying the Black Network, don't hurt the Black Network. They give him stuff. He likes having that, so don't do it. The Rippers have torn themselves free of the night masks. They look around. The city is calming down. Would they have liked to be on top? Yeah. Are they going to die with the night masks? No, they're not going to do that. Right now, they're actually a little bit hurt from the harbors beating up on them, so they're happy to just not have to do much more this year. Then we have the Grand Mercenary Guild. If you want them to do something, you can pay them, and they might very well do it. Currently, the Church of Bane is watching over them. They're not married to the idea. Work costs money. If you want support for something, just generally, they're available. That's also outside of Westgate. If Jasir needs guards, they'll go be guards. Doesn't matter, as long as you pay them. The city of Jasir spends its time and investment to support the Sembian war effort. This could shift it compared to Cormier, who is actually sort of mostly in power here. Then we have Thay, who's down here just doing their own thing. They'll try to keep attempting. First, they will draw the resources. Then they will try to do the thing. That is not enough, but maybe they can do it. No. Okay. They have not been lucky.
They roll trash, and I don't even know what they're doing.
They're trying to increase their clock. Had they only done that in the beginning instead of trying to gather more resources first, then they might have done it. They would have done it by now. Because only one's more, and they begin to have a real idea what's going on. But for now, they will continue being ignorant in math. That's how it goes. They're not super committed to this whole thing right now. So, Eerieborn Eastings are standing by, and last, Thunderhome has their turn and is looking around. Because they expect it to be slapped, and it hasn't happened. Yeah. There will be a message to Velignith, because they're having some trouble. How would Velignith receive a messenger?
He would, yeah.
You know, it's not guaranteed these days. Okay.
Oh, he's always received messengers.
Well, sometimes they don't leave, I guess. But yeah, the dwarf will start by saying that he's awfully sorry that he couldn't do more to stop what most the accidental, confusing orders that happened from Thunderhome, and would like to reaffirm Thunderhome's neutrality in this current climate. You know, everything that happened with Elvasalt, and it's really a tragedy. But beyond that, what he has to say officially, he will say that he is actually somewhat troubled. This was what he was told to say, but beyond that, he is somewhat troubled because he'll say that currently the clergy of Thunderhome is having a lot of influence on the politics of the city. Apparently, the high priest has had a vision from Muradin, the dwarf father himself, stating that these mountains used to have a greater dwarven civilization than Thunderhome ever knew, and that this is their time, their chance to restore it. As such, they've sent this message out across the plains to find more dwarves and draw more to them. Because if this is true, then this could be a holy fight, a holy conquest. This dwarf, however, has, he lives in Thunderhome, but some of his family lives in the Dragonfane, and this doesn't seem. He doesn't like it, and he doesn't know. He doesn't want to go against Moradin, but he also doesn't want everyone here in these mountains to die because things are certainly bad on the plains. And officially, Thunderhome wants to say that they're peaceful, but that's a total lie. Let's say that the clergy are getting ready to throw down. They're just waiting to gather more strength because they imagine they will have flocks of faithful dwarves coming in, and those can be really stubborn. But this dwarf personally is troubled. He would like to not have war, and this is sort of a plea in a way for Velignith to try to, a personal plea anyway, for him to try to find a way to help resolve this peacefully, maybe without a need for everyone to kill each other.
Well, little dwarf, a few words you could have said to quell my anger, and when you walked in here, I fully expected some sort of taunt which would not have gone well for you. However, you share some opposing perspective. Not opposing, actually quite aligned. I too have received religious guidance that I, however, have been skeptical about. Something rubbing me the wrong way, something not feeling right. And while I'm not sure how your clergy operates, how you receive whatever guidance it is you do, much of what I know I have to do is instinctual. It is just me. And now my instincts are in conflict with what I've been ordered by the Queen of Dragons. Supposedly, I too should betray whatever dealings I had, make sure that not only you, Thunderhome, as well as all giants in these mountains are destroyed. I strongly believe that both the visions your clergy is receiving and what I am seeing, and most likely what some of the giants down south are receiving, are intentional, misleading, and, quite frankly, most likely not divine at all, attempts at getting the three of us to destroy each other. I am not one who lies. Ever, really. I don't see the point in it. It makes things more complicated. When I was contacted by Thunderhome the first time, a year ago, to ask about the status quo, I meant every word. Before that, even when I was asked whether my future ambitions would include Thunderhome, I did not deny my intentions. I said that conflict is very possible. Perhaps the sad undertone of my statement was missed, because I saw exactly this happen. I saw this coming. That you would feel afraid, that you would lash out, it is only expected. Quite frankly, I respect the attempt to defend what's yours, to attack those who oppose you. I can emphasize. I saw it coming, it saddened me. You personally must know that a family of dwarves has been, well, the first of my followers and one of the most loyal. I quite like your kind. And many, many years ago, when I tried to form an opinion about what eventually to do about Thunderhome, my first instinct was to cooperate. Your people wanted the ancient hole down underground, so I stopped my ambitions to claim it for myself. Your people wanted to secure trade with Elversold, so I made sure that Elversold would receive any such attempts. And yet, every attempt I have made to show my good intentions towards Thunderhome, I believe, were misinterpreted. You built a road and bypassed Elversold when it was in my control. You accepted to be the stewards about a very profitable place, the ancient mine that I personally cleared out for many years, and I would not have asked for any tribute or any tax in return for those many years. Just now that I've returned, I would like it back. And the only response I've gotten to that was an attack onto, quite frankly, a sacred place. It will be difficult to find some sort of common ground to stop these aggressions from either side. However, a common enemy might just do it. Your actions, Thunderhome's actions, infuriate me, and I live for a long time, as do my grudges. You should be used to that, I think. There's work to be done there for that to be solved, and it will likely be solved in destruction. However, the anger I feel against whatever being is trying to manipulate myself, and seemingly you as well, into us destroying each other for that being's own gain, is magnitudes higher than however upset I might feel about dwarfs in Thunderhome. The seed of the wish to cooperate still lingers, but there's work to be done. And the first step in that should be finding out what is going on, and then destroying whatever is trying to play us against each other.
An insight check.
Okay.
You can read this dwarf like a book. He is latching on to what you're saying. Personally, Really, he probably volunteered to come here so that he might have a chance to make a personal plea. Again, because your factions have sort of become somewhat intermingled over time. But if what you're saying to him is true, then it might mean that it's not actually Muradin, the father of dwarves, who's commanded them to holy war, which would be grand, because that means that he does not have to betray either his deity or his like honor. and that would be fantastic. He is, however, also despairing because the clergy of Thunderhome have gotten quite a lot of tracking with this. They believe it, and it's going to be very difficult for an enemy to convince them that they're wrong. But he'll nod at the dragon's words and say, "How, my lord, how would you? What being could possibly benefit from such destruction? If someone was to make us fight each other, I would guess it was only the treacherous giants to the south, but..."
I do not think that very likely. If that were the case, I doubt they would have told me to kill them. Quite frankly, relations between myself and the giants of the south are surprisingly good. No, I have an inkling of who that might be, but I would be surprised that he had the ability to fake something like this so seemingly convincingly. Or perhaps it does not need to be convincing at all, after all. It's perhaps not unlikely for Mirrodin, or whoever he is, to want me gone and dwarves to conquer all the mountains. Many agendas of many of the gods are very predictable, and their followers, of course, want to believe exactly that the time has come to bring glory to whatever they believe in. I will make some inquiries. I can at least suggest, well, not suggest, although I wouldn't go so far as to say promise, say that I've no reason to show any aggression towards Thunderhome for at least some time while this matter is being investigated. But of course, should it turn out that either Thunderhome refuses to cooperate against this enemy, or that our respective gods have indeed told us to kill each other, I am looking forward to seeing the defenses of Thunderhome up close. I would rather not come to that, of course. I'm quite fond of Dwarvenkind.
He will bow. Says, "I shall bring the message then that it will be some time before any aggression will happen. That there's more you need to know, but so says, I think they might seize upon that, take the time to prepare as well."
Then you personally could attempt to take the time to reduce whatever power the clergy might have. I'm sure there's more of you that think that way.
He nods. There is, though we are in the minority still. He will bow and then leave, happy to not have been eaten. And going home and bringing the message that the dragon is not, did not kill him. That's a good sign. And then that it is not eager, that it seems to have other things on its mind. Maybe a peaceful solution could still be done.
Sheep, do you think Valignith would pursue attempting to fund like elements within like Thunderhome, like to try and like discredit or overthrow the clergy of Moradin?
Valignith would not, but there's two particular people close to him who have experience in that sort of work. So he would probably attempt to contact those. And I'm speaking, of course, of Vasicatrix and Amy.
Oh, okay.
So will there be a message to them, like to
well,
come meet him, or?
I have so many things.
All right, good, it's excellent.
The first thing is that the the might of magic and the power of divination is actually quite incredible in 4th edition.
Yeah.
Although very expensive.
Yes.
Jesus Christ.
Almost I need to steal a dragon's horde in order to be able to cast these fucking spells.
Yeah.
Rituals are real deal. But if you have something you really want to know, there's probably a way to find out. Depending on how much you're willing to throw at it. I mean, you've communed with the mystic sages before.
Oh yeah, but the mystic sages are not going to cut it for this case.
Yeah.
There is, however, a level 16 divination spell called Consult Oracle, and everyone knows that oracles are way better than mystic sages.
I mean, that sort of been. Let's see here.
It is from the player's handbook and costs 9,000 gold to acquire and 3,600 to cast.
Woof.
But the oracle knows everything any living or dead creature has ever known.
Well, that is...
For the oracle to know the answer to a question, the answer must be known to at least one creature, even if that creature is no longer alive.
I'll go ahead and copy this for the viewers for the YouTube live broadcast. Share that with them.
Because it's gonna be difficult to acquire that ritual in the first place. But on the long timescales that we're working at, and perhaps even with some inquiries to, maybe Emmy going via the Temple of Ogma, or the Cicatrix consulting with whatever weird diviners are active in Westgate, there may be somewhere that can be found.
The Seeker, probably. I'm assuming he's asking both living and dead about Vecna.
The Seeker would be a great source for high-level rituals but this is one is of a religious nature, and he certainly is arcane sourced.
Oh.
He's not great at religion. Some religion. Doesn't do like cleric rituals. For this, I think the Temple of Ogma would be. I mean, all the streets of Westgate, but there would be like a 50% cost increase or something on that. So, and you have the Temple of Ogma as a friendly faction. I could see that.
I think rather than hand waving this, Valignus definitely gonna contact Emmy via sending stones and the Cicatrix via sending. Both of which, of course, is instant, to invite them to the Dragon Fane to discuss a matter that has that's important. He can't really phrase it in 25 words for the Cicatrix.
Yeah, Emissary is basically just going to be like, well, let me know what you hear back from our Cicatrix, so I know when to leave.
And Valignus will suggest to the Cicatrix to get here personally, because this is the influence of someone who wishes to remain to be hidden, moving around the pieces on the world, so to speak, and is making trouble for Valignus, which of course means that it will inevitably cause trouble for all of us.
All right, how do you put that in 25 words for Cicatrix?
Really, the most important one is how do you get the Cicatrix to show up in 25 words?
Yeah. There you go. That's pretty good.
Powerful diviner, possibly. Powerful magic divine. Who could do that?
Come here.
I think it would be. I think it would be something along the lines of the Cicatrix. There is an important matter. Come to the Fane. It worries me greatly. Greatly is one word. There might be a force in the shadows. It's like, I've lost count, but that's less than 25. That might, however, be enough to get the Cicatrix interested.
Yeah, I mean, especially considering that the Guild Wars sort of calmed down. I mean, she doesn't have to advertise that she's leaving her headquarters.
And you haven't seen Valignus for forever now, since his capture.
Now, I do believe there is a current compulsion that you have to see to first, though, right?
It's true.
You can't leave without, but and the Night Mask, they tried to assassinate you, and
True. I did throw that down there. Yeah, I did that.
Took the point. So
yeah, I did. Well,
you can't leave without washing your hands, basically, right?
No, that's gross. Okay. Yeah.
So you get the message, and maybe the reply would then be like, "Okay, have to kill vampires first."
Yeah. 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 Or she'll pretend to be in the middle of it. It's fine. Which, I mean...
It's instant, and you have to make up a 25-word reply. Yeah.
KK, busy right now, murder, be there soon. Yes.
Powerful mind of the dragon. Yeah.
Those are powerful words.
So then Emmy is told by Valignif that Cicatrix will be there soon. Emmy says, well, if you want to speak to us both about the same thing, I'm not leaving until she's ready.
That's fair.
Because Emmy Sirius just come home from the Gulf Mirror.
That's right.
Pretty good about herself, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the Cicatrix will, I suppose, try and finish what she started. Do we know which is the weakest stats for them? I think there might have been bogged pretty hard.
You know that they have been hit pretty hard in the might. But
yeah.
I can't just tell you. You could do a gather information roll to spy on them to.
Yeah, I ain't got enough dice for that.
Yeah, that's usually the thing, right?
I would like to, I suppose. What is it when you? Yeah, I would try to raise my treasure.
Uh-huh.
Is that influence and sovereignty?
You could do influence or territory, really, or might if you want. To go
no, I'll definitely do influence and. But it has to be sovereignty, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Basically, you'd be asking for favors and drawing in connections, pulling on loans and this sort.
Help us finish off these vampires. Yeah, they're bad for business.
So let me interject here. The Cicatrix is not coming until the vampires are dealt with.
Yeah. I mean, they're almost dead. She assumes. I mean, more dead. I mean,
the Dragonfang geared up to attack Thunderhome, which won't happen. And if the Cicatrix uses that as an excuse not to show up, then I think it's time for Valignif to get involved in Westgate.
I feel like you're the Red Banner host.
No, you cannot steal this from me.
I do also have to attack the Red Banner host, but I need the Cicatrix here.
If you back up and leave the Fire Giant of the Dragonfang as
it's true.
No.
But I so want to just march into Westgate.
Well, okay, I guess
looking at the days passing,
No, yes, I will try and raise my treasure, which I do.
Yeah.
But I have been rolling double ones. So much.
I love the cajoling and teasing of Sheep getting involved in Westgate, and finally, it's been like, I could do this now. Aha! We have a reason. No.
Pulling on the Sembian connections.
Yeah, I do. Mm-hmm. I'm like, hey, you know who has been fucking up business? Vampires.
That's true.
They usually do. I'm attacking their might.
As funny as it's called a preemptive defense.
Right. If I just
killing all of them.
They can't
all right. I can tell they can't defend because they don't have enough dice to. Luckily for you, and unluckily for them, they were hoping that you just would sort of think it was too big of a deal. But
no.
You will, as a matter of fact, be reduced to 0. Which will put them on the list of casualties.
I mean, no, and I've been responsible for all. It's just good. Oh,
Certainly killing a lot of people.
It was just a couple of years ago when you just let them walk right into your like headquarters and break shit.
it just
And
feels
now
so
you
good.
stand over this like crippled vampire who's older than fucking God and is looking and hissing at you as a dragon, right? Usually vampires pretty high on the like list of powerful creatures, right? They could rule this city because no one knew what they were, and whenever they got in trouble, they would just like pull out their vampire shit and kill everyone.
Yeah,
That doesn't work on a dragon.
it doesn't.
If a dragon shows up and punches you in the face, I mean, you can't turn it into a thrall. You can't like dominate it. You're gonna have a bad time. Sure, vampires are dangerous to a dragon, but
No,
there's
and
a
she
hierarchy.
makes them suffer, right?
You
Like
know,
because it was personal. It was not just like, oh, this enemy faction, like it was personal. She had to get involved. She had to see it done, even when there was pressing matters, because these people, had he not been a dragon, I mean, which of course is because he's way too awesome to be human, but they offended her by even trying to kill her, and it had to be rectified. So they have very painful deaths, and acid doesn't just like it's not just needed for scarring your own people. You can use it on other people, and she will take great pleasure in melting these vampires into.
Yeah. Let's see how fast your fast healing really is.
Yeah, exactly. Just like spraying. They're I guess they're on the street. The street will just have these gross acid pools.
Yeah, there is no more. Rivers are happy that they left that, but it's gonna happen. No one liked them. See, it was like the Fire Knives are happy that they got to turn early enough to leave and had a place to go to.
And
So
I mean,
didn't
then
really-
she will fly. I suppose she will go. Travel for a little bit until she's out of city, and then she'll fly and feel really great. Just. Well, maybe she'll swim. She's a much better swimmer than she is a flyer.
along the edge and then
Yeah.
up the river. I mean, she
Yeah,
owns the people who sail the little boats on there. So
Yeah, and it's not much further. Like she's not just like 2 more feet in swimming.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Sure.
she'll do that.
appear at the eel fort,
Ugh,
underwater entrance.
like just shoot up. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, and then she'll come over to Vedignith,
which will prompt Missouri Leadrathier to make her way to the dragon.
So she could probably see her rise up from the eel fort, because of course you wouldn't really see her underwater. But like
A were-rat would.
Were-rats would see it, yeah.
Yeah. Were-rat tell his Missouri Leadrathier there's a black dragon in the region. And Missouri Leadrathier acts.
hoping it's a bright black dragon. They can probably tell. Mystic Tricks is sort of
They might think all dragons are one
He
color.
has like some paler scales and like.
You are attributing a lot of like
Yes, true.
of
They're not that
prowess
smart.
to like. It's
There was
also
a dragon out of the lake, and then he just asked, "What color was it?" He says, "I think it was black." Alright.
It was in water.
That's good enough.
All right. Yeah.
There's a black dragon then.
there is a Dan. Yeah. Okay.
I mean, I wouldn't.
I'll go to
There's
the,
a bunch of black dragons.
I'll go to the Serpent Valley for the Dragonfane section. We can look at the Dragonfane when we talk.
Dragonfane map.
Yeah.
Oh, we have that.
Yeah.
Beautiful, beautiful map.
No, I have a previous token of me on here, of course. I don't need to copy this.
I will try to load it. Here we go. Token is not here.
Missouri Leadrathier swoops in as quick of a flyer as she is.
Where the fuck is the Dragonfane?
Upper left.
Yeah,
So
circle.
zoom out and look like top left. We just go northwest.
Oh, there it is. I was looking at the other map. It's like, what the hell?
I'm just imagining Verticatrix actually flying, like looking around, lost. Where the fuck was it?
What is this? This is a bombed up place.
I haven't been
This
here
is
for
not
years,
where-
to be
Yeah,
fair.
there was a fallen mountain. Oh my god! She's like, what the hell happened here?
That's right. That's gonna be her first time. Like I could have sworn there was like another
Is that
peak
flag?
there.
Is that
Yeah,
always
she was going for the peaks, and then it's like, oh, you go for the peaks, and then you like switch off, and she's like, where the fuck? Oh, all right. She'll
There's
just assume
lots
that
of new boulders around, you know.
yeah. Well, She's is happy that she doesn't have to face any giants there because there's lots of ammunition. So
Pay no
yeah,
attention to the group of fire giants not far from the Dragon Fane.
yeah. It's like
Yeah, they have a place there.
Impatiently, like looking at the non-existent watches on their wrists. But
really
yeah.
just makes it more obvious.
Spending their time just digging in. You know. Yes, they do.
Malignant will greet the two incoming dragons with a nod, waiting for them to settle in and sit down as he is in the center. Before saying, thanks for being available so quickly, Emmy. Thanks for coming the cicatrix.
Like, I think like Amy's Our Allegiance here like looks over like Malignus like length, sees like the hag with like the fang trolls. It's been some time, so she like stares stupidly like I know that from somewhere. Oh, okay. And she looks at Malignant, figuring maybe that's what this is about.
But we'll like follow her gaze a bit and then say, "Oh, yeah, she's here. She's fleeing things happening in the Underdark. I'm not entirely sure if they are related. But the reason why I called you here, some time ago, you definitely know about that, Emmy. The Cult of the Dragon was misled into an attack on Cormyr after supposedly having received a vision telling them to do so, sent by myself, which I absolutely did not. Now, that was all okay. Those people are easy to fool. They are desperate to follow any sort of draconic guidance, so I didn't pay it too much mind.
Mr. Gizzard snickers. It's true.
However, I personally have recently received a vision that tried very hard to seem as if it was coming from the Queen of Dragons herself. It didn't seem right, however, and very convenient, as it instructed me to not only destroy the dwarfs, but also abandon any ties with the giants and destroy those too.
Amy squints hard at Malignant.
I can see that being the ultimate desire of the Queen of Dragons. However, it is also fairly... A younger Valignov would not have questioned it. Let's put it that way. And on top of that, I've recently received a messenger from Thunderhorn. You are most definitely aware of their aggression against the Dragonfane after I've requested possession of my mine again. Not entirely unexpected, unfortunate, of course. However, that messenger has said that the clergy of Thunderhome has recently received a vision sent by Muradin himself, instructing them too to attack and destroy me with all their might. I believe that all those visions are fabricated and a way to manipulate all three factions interacting in these mountains to fight each other until presumably that outside force will then pounce on some opportunity that presents itself from them. It must be powerful magic at work here. I do remember that we briefly discussed using a similar tactic against the hierarchy back when, I even forgot his name, the fire giant that died on these steps was coming here, led by divine guidance, but we never pursued that route. So I do believe someone else is pursuing that route right this very moment.
She says, there is a difference between Vocord and Victus. Why are there fire giants right outside the Fane?
I've made somewhat of a deal that I help Victus conquer the Red Banner host in exchange for assistance with the dwarves, which I've agreed to. I would, of course, like to rule these mountains by myself, but I will absolutely settle for the compromise of Victus. I'm warming up to her, so to speak.
Maybe he looks pleased.
Now, I, on the one hand, want you to be aware of this influence as, well, you're not exactly as... How do I put this without sounding insulting? You do not accept guidance as readily as I do. However, this manipulation might manifest for you in different forms or indirectly. I have an inkling of actually the source of this, as in my absence, I was contacted by what I believe to be an angry black dragon complaining about myself and 2 others invading his underwater lair. Which I distinctly do not remember doing, but I suspect that there were, in fact, 3 dragons involved.
Imizure like blinks a few times and then slowly looks at where Cicatrix, like, and says aloud, "Huh."
Yeah, the Cicatrix is like looks like she tries to look innocent, but she like still has like vampire blood all over her. So, like she's got like the Cheshire grin or whatever. She's like, so after a minute she'll be like, yeah, that's. It's just like, yeah, that happened.
Yep. Like, Imizure is like, this, the black dragon you had us attempt to slay for defending you and being in your way. He wasn't so powerful as to be able to orchestrate all these things, right?
Procedure shrugs, or like, I don't think so. I mean, the fact that he had seemed to evade the dragon turtle that we slay, or, well, not dragon turtle, what was it? Giant, weird fish. Whatever monster that was. I thought hinted that he perhaps had taken over the lair by other means than conquest. I will admit that I was impressed. I do not remember him as other than a runt back in the day, but of course my own power and this clearly pains her to say, like, has changed in a different direction than one perhaps could want.
Right. My query wasn't so much about his prowess so much as his ability to send such visions across such a distance for Cicatrix.
The teachers will look to Venignif. She's like, could you?
I've never tried. I don't think I could.
She'll nod.
We should, however, consider the possibility that whatever enemies we have might very well find out that they are all
Invisary leader there rapidly shakes her head and says, "Look, no, it is far more likely to just blame this on somehow hell interfering in some form or fashion. This is not just some dragon that narrowly avoided being killed. Somehow reaching all the way down here beyond the Lake of the Dragons to implant a false vision in your dream and somehow influence all the foolish dwarves of a dwarven settlement so far from the Lake of Dragons. I'd be more likely to blame the Aboleth dwelling beneath the ground than I would that faraway dragon.
Agreed.
Perhaps.
Also,
However,
the
I
dragon has recently moved to Westgate and is currently trying to gather resources there. I don't. If it had any interests in these mountains, I don't quite see the meaning of that. Gathering forces, mercenaries, and ships. I suppose it could try and. She just looks like. I don't quite see what they would be of use for.
I very much see the potential use. You see, not only did I get contacted in my absence, I also used the same means to respond to the sender's accusations, and I believe I've used the exact wording of, "Why don't you come and get me?" I've not since heard anything from said dragon, so I'm strongly assuming that something's in the works, hence why he's my first guess.
You do realize that not every dragon is so foolhardy as to immediately respond to any challenge and muster up strength to go do something about that, right? In a way that's tangible and relatable to how you would resolve a problem.
I think Valina would get like the easily readable facial expression of "I hadn't thought about that."
It's like, huh.
Like
Some
Amy
people
says
don't
that,
just-
thinking that like Valignath had, and then like when he gets that expression, she's like, "Yeah, so that wouldn't be how the Zin Syntherio Theriost would resolve such a situation, presuming that Recicatrix is not." She like looks back, Recicatrix not telling us something about the dragon.
Either way, I don't think it's necessary to guess and ponder at all, really. This, whoever you might be, a hell send or dragon or someone else entirely, used powerful magics to do this manipulation in the first place. And I do believe I might be able to use similarly powerful magics to get confirmation of who exactly it was. I just lack the access to such ritual instructions. I just merely know that they exist.
Missouri says. So I could see how knowing that would help you in some fashion, but you already know that the knowledge you consumed, that whatever was sent at you was false. So there's no urgency with that?
Yes. Perhaps urgency is not the right word. But even if I may not seem it, this attempt at manipulation is... I'm angry to the point where I am willing to declare a temporary ceasefire with Thunderhome to pursue this matter.
And based on my understanding of what transpired in seasons past, your current situation with Thunderhome is not under your control. They came for you.
That may be so, but that could also be influenced. It appears that the primary driving force within Thunderhome is its clergy, under control of these divine manipulations, hence why perhaps the Cicatrix, your expertise in political and infiltratory capacities could come in very handy. Yours as well, of course, Emmy, but I'm not sure how your were-rats would do in a Dwarven city.
Emmy's right. Leader like looks over at where Cicatrix and says, like while not looking at Valignith, some of my were-rats are dwarves. I do not know the current status of Thunderholm towards any drow-looking creature. I think that's what Cicatrix looks like when she's not in dragon form.
Not only that, but I'm afraid that most of my associates, minions, accomplices are not of dwarven kind. They are a bit too stubborn for my liking.
Well, I didn't know that, but as far as I've gathered from the messenger that was sent, there are definitely factions active in Thunderhome who would rather not have Thunderhome continue its current course, which I would very much agree with. So if the city itself and its participants could be steered a certain way, that would certainly have the possibility to resolve all of this with more conflict. Without more conflict, even.
She says, but you also want your mind back, right?
I would like my mind back.
She says, She says, I am not informed enough about Thunderholm and would have to become more informed about it. But my limited expertise of the dwarves that we've encountered thus far is when they have something, they do not want to relinquish it for free.
I would want my mind back eventually, but until this issue is resolved, perhaps it could stay in their possession.
Ooh, that hurts to say.
Mazuri Leader Theory says, when would you consider this issue resolved?
When whatever creature, being, or force that attempted to manipulate me is either unable to do so in the future or preferably slain.
She says, right. And what if it is the aboleth beneath the ground?
I'm not sure that changes my goals. In fact, if it were the aboleth, then perhaps further cooperation with Thunderhome is required. I would have to, as much as it pains me to say it, get possession of the mine through diplomatic means instead.
Mazuri Leader Theory like rotates to look at where Cicatrix says, since you're here, what's the status of Westgate?
She'll sigh contentedly, remembering her last deeds before she went. She'll say, for now, it seems stabilized. It is, well, as stable as it ever is. They've called off the Guild War now. There's lots of new potential enemies and allies in the split Centaurum. The Captain's Council is sitting seemingly pretty on top, and before I got here, took out the Night Masks and thus deleted the only other bigger alliance. Well, it should be good now, I suppose. Though, of course, this black dragon there is troubling. I might have to do something about that. Finch.
If the dragon, this is the one and same, is moving into the city, then that sounds like something that you're best suited to deal with.
Oh, yes.
And
I
have reason to
also
do so.
believe that there's a possibility that I could get some help from, well, maybe more in terms of information but I understand that Sinistin is quite desperate for a body, and I would like to provide.
Immusary Leaders here has the plain, easy-to-read expression of she has no concept of who Zethusden is, having only seen him, like, once, whenever he got vomited into existence in his body.
Oh yeah, he used to be roommates with Officer Sterlix.
Does Valigna say that out loud?
Not roommates.
Okay. Yeah.
It's like being back at, oh yeah, college? Yeah, I remember that guy.
It's just plain to see on Immysary's face, like, Zethusden? Like, he just doesn't understand.
Yes, I too would like to provide him, or at least see him in a body. I certainly did promise that I would attempt to make it happen. However, more important matters have been popping up left and right, and it's not exactly trivial to find
Oh, him. She gets it now.
It's not exactly trivial to find a suitable black dragon body just arriving at the Fane, so to speak.
Amy, like, looks at where's Cicatrix again?
This well, as I remember it, our last attempt was troubled by the environment. I am interested in exploring this new place and seeing whether it is as well protected as the other one.
The information you received about this dragon moving in is... You confirmed that?
Not yet, but it was the dragon cultists who told me, and they were mighty interested in it.
She blinks a few times, like, you mean the cult that ruled over Elver? And, like, she looks over at, like, Valignant? Like, oh.
But Cicatrix, like, makes a gesture with her claws. They apparently have been talking to it about turning it into a dragon undead lich, which it seemed mighty interested in. I pretended to be interested, mostly so that he would not get that asset.
She says, does seem troubling that there exists a cult of fanatical lesser creatures that wishes to commune with all dragons, and so then dragons in the know would reach out to attempt to utilize them.
Yes. I will be honest. With Lickness, I do believe you're used to deal with these. If they keep being in Westgate, most likely I will use them as some kind of rapid attack dog. I don't have much use for them. They're a little too
Inept,
unstable.
incompetent, unreliable.
She nods. I prefer a much more disciplined core of people, not... well, as it is known. Also, of course, I don't enjoy having to ally with someone just so that the other dragon doesn't get it. I am most eager, though, Lignif, to change back to the topic that you called us here for, to know which power this is. I do not appreciate people with strong magical powers trying to temper with us. And since this valley seemed to be of great importance for a future battle, it worries me that something is trying to clear it or disturb it. I don't know what source it is, but it is troublesome.
Missouri says, it is possible, looking back at Valignif, that other creatures may have found and made contact with Basarek. We have not been so vigilant, you and I, Valignif, about who goes in or out of the Serpent Valley. You, primarily, because you could not in recent years, and me for distance.
The Signature's eyes like switch from one dragon to one. Like, what are you telling me?
She says, "Ever Cicatrix, when we were raised by a bone devil who informed us of our predicament and circumstances. That bone devil is Basarek, and it watches over the ritual site to which everything must converge. Basarek may not leave that, and should we return, it would slay us. But others, such as the Copper Dragon Ophisterlix, have met before with Basarek.
I was under the impression that hell was not to influence anything. That is what I have been told by you.
She says, you misremember. Hell cannot directly cause our destructions, but it could easily prod any faction, except for the Thayans.
In my absence, I had an imp come to me promising that he would kill me until I convinced him otherwise. I feel like hell is influencing us quite directly at times.
That imp then ventured to me and attempted to sway me to head up there to the peak right now that you were perfectly safe and easy to take.
Oh.
Yes, there is a clause which prevents hell from informing Thay of the contract and all of its contents. And Basarek was commanded to protect that tomb, but can nudge anyone in the direction. Or I imagine Basarek itself may have grown in power, may have other minions who can act in that stead, who are not bound to the tomb. The information I gathered on infernal law, specifically as it pertains to our contract, there could only be so much I learned without revealing specifics.
Miss Cicatrix, shows her teeth, clearly not happy with this information. And, she will go so it is possible that all our enemies are indeed conspiring against us.
She says, snorts, as possible as our current existence is. Sure, we're Cicatrix. Look at how difficult it's been for us, though, to work together, all of us. So I would not suspect all of our potential rivals meeting together.
Well, it is not as if our final goal is, to our best knowledge right here. Might be different when the time comes. No matter what, I don't like it. When will you do this ritual, Valignif? You cannot be fast enough. We need to know this. I need to know this. She clearly looks paranoid.
Does she step closer to Valignif?
Yes, she does. She's like, when did it happen?
I think Imuser leans back.
She's a slightly obsessive glint in her eyes.
I'll do it whenever I have the materials for it, which unfortunately might entirely rely on the Temple of Orkma, or if you have a source in Westgate, then feel free to inquire there as well.
I do not have any diviners. But if it is just material, I'm sure.
Well,
sweet.
Now that you mention it, it is going to be a very costly ritual that I will, of course, attempt to perform mostly for my own benefit, but your benefit as well, as I do believe this topic affects all of us. So, I mean, it would only seem proper if you, who are so eager to know the answer as well, would assist in that capacity.
Her eyes, like, goes into small slits. It's like, well, it is my understanding that if I were to partly pay, it would only be right if I also got to ask some of the questions.
I suppose that would be fair.
She nods eagerly. So it is possible for us both to be in contact with, well, as it clear she has no fucking clue about that shit.
So
Whatever it is you're doing.
You can give me a list of things you would have asked, and if the divine presence I will contact has enough patience to remain for enough questions, you will get your answers.
Emizir, Israeli here says, you will have to articulate what it is you want so that I may inquire with the Ogmides about it.
I would like a formula for the ritual consult oracle.
She says, I will also need the funding to acquisition it, for even though I have befriended them, in part through your assistance, they would not just so give that to me.
Unfortunately. I will provide the funds, and expect that in return for your answers for Cicatrix, you contribute.
She nods.
Mm-hmm.
Not happy with it, but also the particular problem is that she can't perform anything like this herself. She's very much reliant on Velignif doing it. And she's not happy about it, but
Speaking metagame wise, even for someone like me, like I have like druidic stuff, so I could like do like nature like ritual casting, but in order for me to get the ritual caster feat, I then have to become trained in either arcana or religion first, and then pick a separate feat for ritual caster, because I'm not like an actual druid.
yeah.
Just having nature isn't good enough to become a ritual caster, unless you're a
Yeah.
druid.
I'm trained in
Need to
both
spell.
and have ritual caster.
Yeah, like it's not a problem for Velignif.
I haven't used much arcana, so just for thematic reasons mostly.
Yeah. All right. So we can handle that after this meeting. Anything? Mizra says, "All right, yeah, I'll ask when the promises of like payment will be delivered." She says, I will seek to become informed about Thunderholm and take action. What actions would you like to be taken, Velignith? Specifically, so that there is no misunderstanding on that front.
Specifically, I would like the clergy Thunderholm to have as little influence on the city's direction as possible.
She says, I will pursue that. If they were to no longer be living, would that offend you deeply?
As long as that has no... Well, if you ask it that way, no. But it would be preferable if they didn't trace whatever happened there to either me or you.
Of course. I merely ask because we have had engagements about this before whenever I've acted to your benefit, and the were-rats, you understand.
Quite frankly, if the only dwarfs that remained in Thunderholm were the pragmatic ones, then that would be very welcome.
She says,
Diplomacy! Just eradicate everyone who doesn't agree with you.
Find
Yes.
the honorable and kill them.
I am willing to attempt to orchestrate this. The were-rats have been wildly successful in recent years, though I believe growing bored with the tasks I've handed them most recently. What do you intend to? I'm not even sure where the Red Banner host is. Are you going to be taking action against them as soon as we depart?
Yes, most likely.
Right.
But I have some very impatient lizard folk to the east and some fire giants that I've made promises to, so it's going to be enjoyable.
A suggestion would be if a payment or some offer of service were to be offered to someone else, you might acquire someone who can help you with the Red Banner host.
And
Dayen, if you may recall, connected with the Winter Fae, much as the Red Banner host is a centaur who dwells on the plains close to where I live. His force of centaurs also remains there. They were of quite help against the Wemmicks, and perhaps they could be paid or convinced in some form or fashion to venture as far as where the Red Banner host is and help to pin them down for you. Because I can't imagine giants running after centaurs successfully.
I have very little to offer to this day, and services I've got enough fronts to worry about. Would undoubtedly ask me to attack something or another. And
no, he actually just wants to be paid. He's content with security and comfort.
Payham is even more problematic.
She says, well, stands up and says, it was but a suggestion. Perhaps I underestimate the fire giant's capacity to throw boulders at any fleeing centaur.
Perhaps.
Then she'll depart, having gathered up any resources, and then she'll head for Reddit Seer, leaving these two alone.
I will deduct a very painful 9,000 gold pieces from my trade.
I mean, this is exactly what. Now, normally the Temple of Ogma you would come to them with the questions you want answered, and then they would sort of take maybe more money, and then
how Imagery Legion would frame this is that she's been in contact with druids, regards to the spell plague and star mantle, and they want to pursue answers about the research that the Ogmites did, so that they can get the ritual that can purge the spell plague. So she knows how these Ogmites work, so she would frame this as this will also help your ends.
Could you give me a diplomacy check to moderate DC? They really would like to just you come to them with the questions, and then you offer something to Ogma, and then in return you get to have the knowledge you seek. Giving people the means to knowledge is normally something Ogmites like, but this place of Ogmites is kind of dickish about it and would like to keep all the available means of knowledge to themselves.
I will do that, and I will actually activate my power of fast talk. I've made a diplomacy check and dislike the result. It makes sense I would blather and fast talk my way through this and jazz hands it.
Hey, Human Han.
Yep, 17 for bluff instead. We'll take the 25 on him.
All right. We're looking at a DC 23. So you're good.
All right.
Yeah, they will agree without too much fuss, and at base price too. Given that it's you, in Westgate you would pay 50% on something like this, very high level. But yeah, they would take the money as an offering to Ogma to bless this ritual and to inscribe it. Thing is, it's very high level even for them, so it's going to take a little bit for them to get it. But since we work in turns of a year, it'll get done.
Like a season later, Missouri can deliver it
by the end of summer or something.
All right.
They will have brought something like that from
Yeah, I'm not about to tell them that this fucking thing is for like Valignith, worshipper of Tiamat, the Red
I think
Dragon.
you two are enemies and will kill each other. See, the thing is, they don't have that much influence. They don't collect that much knowledge. They just hoard what they have really well.
It's to my eternal benefit that they are so like narrow-sighted that.
But they stay in their monastery because they're safe in there with a magic ballistae.
And a dragon telling them not to fuck with them.
It was. I mean, it was well. They've shown well that they're tough and stuck in.
Yep, they sure have.
They don't really want to go anywhere. So
All
the
right.
Candlekeep, you come to them, and then you ask questions, and then they demand things in return. That's how they get their stuff. And they hadn't thought to demand, tell me the reality of the relationship between Immersor Literathir and Valignith.
Why would you question a good thing? Yeah.
It's working, right?
Yep.
What are you
Okay.
gonna do? Tell Missouri no? But at this point, if they would want to know, but also would you act on it? They got a thing here, right?
Right. All right. So, are you two going to split the cost of the ritual components 50-50? The 3600 GP?
I mean, I'm waiting on what the Cicatrix is willing to offer you.
I suppose that is important.
No, she'll split it half-half.
The component cost are also the market cost.
What does that mean?
So
I
it costs one thing to buy the actual scroll of the ritual,
Hmm.
so you can cast it. But then every time you cast it, it costs money too, in like
Yeah.
cents and documents. And
I assumed Valignith was paying the 9,000 up front for the actual ritual, but that I asked about the components because Valignith, not like
Oh, so
What's
what is
what it
the
the
cost?
component cost is 3,600. So like halvesies, that would be 1,800 each.
No, I'll pay it all. It's fine.
Oh, okay. Of course, Cicatrix really wants to know.
She does. She wants to know real bad.
Right, so Valignith will pay the price for the scroll, and the Cicatrix will pay the price for the casting?
Yeah.
Sure. That's
very expensive 10 minutes.
very acceptable deal.
All right.
Yeah, 10
Yeah.
minutes of very
So, just to highlight about the ritual, so we're all on the same page and you know what kind of questions to ask. You're asking an ethereal existence that lives between the planes and just sort of notices things but doesn't actively try to look for them. It does, however, notice everything, but it has no particular opinion or context for what it knows. This means that asking it a question such as, what will we do if we venture through the gate? It doesn't have any opinion or thought about it. But asking it, you could basically only ask it factual knowledge. Who did this? Why, asking it like, how will this be affecting something else? It doesn't have any capacity to analyze. Nor does it have any thoughts about anything on its own, so it just gives you the factual truth. Beyond that, though, you can ask for things, as known by any living or dead creature ever. So that's pretty good. The answer is one word or very short phrase. So consider as well what kind of answer you're looking for. Yes, no, of course works. Also questioning, like asking for anything can be answered in one word or a short sentence.
Do you two want time to sculpt questions, or do you want to like try a religion check to see how many questions you get before you sculpt them?
I mean, I'm expecting to have 2 questions for myself, and then whatever's left over for Cicatrix, which is either going to be 1 or 2 extra.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like I just like you guys like want time to like build
I
questions.
might be.
You can roll it now and then ask
Yeah,
the questions
true.
when you,
That's fine.
so you know how many to think about.
That's a fair idea.
Do the dragons like meet to cast it? I guess like in the same shadowy chamber or something, like at the shrine, maybe.
In the belly of the Fane at the shrine.
That makes sense. I mean, Zori Leaders here is busy with Thunderholm, so besides she's not paying for this.
Sticks of incense and like gems in a bowl. It's Tiamat, so there's probably like gold gems, like in a bowl, as an offering for Tiamat to basically channel the divine power of Valigus in this manner. Right?
It so fucking makes sense for the component cost. Pay your wealth.
Yeah.
It melts and burns.
When it says
Actual money.
3,600 gold component costs, it's 3,600 gold coins, obviously.
It's
Like-
actually defined. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sapphires, rubies, electrum pieces.
That's terrible.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, you have 2 questions.
Questions.
2
What?
questions. All right, we'll do 1 each.
Don't you have some kind of reroll power for your religion?
No, do not.
But you can always cast the ritual again for the same cost.
Sure could.
So if you're not happy with the answers you get, that's
Right.
for now you can consider what 2 questions you would want to know. I mean, it's a wide range of things you could ask. There's
I mean,
a lot of possibilities. Right?
I'm going to use this time to take a break.
All right.
my question is going to be straightforward. It's going to be who sent me the vision that told me to eradicate the dwarves and the giants.
I mean, yes, the Cicatrix wants to know this.
Well, that's the first question. It says that you get to ask all questions in sequence so that you can have one
Yeah,
answer.
exactly. Because I'm like, the second question might
So
very
let
well.
me
It's like
see-
some random name. It's like, okay, well, I need to know more about them, obviously. Who did it?
Yeah, let's see how can I answer this in a way that the sages would. Grugarin the Death King would be your answer.
Who the hell is that? Can you spell that? Can the Oracle spell that for me, please?
I don't think they can, but yes, you can have that. You can write it down.
We paid a lot of money for this. This fucking thing will spell it.
You ask, can you spell that? You get the answer, yes.
Oh no.
Sure.
No, we're not that kind of.
Well, that's an answer.
Yeah, some people have many names. I have to think about which one. Do you have another question?
I maybe ask where he resides? Like, where is he? Because that will also give us, like, he's in Westgate. Hey, he's, underneath the mountains, whatever. On what area, maybe? I don't.
Or just. I mean, the second question is yours. I said that much.
No, but Cicatrix is open to sharing this, because basically all she wants to know is optimize. She wants as much information as you possibly get, because she is a paranoid dragon, and she thinks in her mind it's like, oh my god, is it Jaffel? She's here to mess up my shit again. Like, these goddamn fucking powerful magic users, they're all evil and should be eradicated from this very earth. And all other universes, really.
I mean, if you want me to do the second question, I will. But you paid for this, so I don't want to deprive
Well,
you
I'm
of the
trying to
opportunity.
figure out which is the better question. Like,
I would probably ask what he is, because if the answer is like Ableth, then we have an inkling. If he's just
right.
a guy, then I suppose we can inquire. Where he is also like, if it's like under the mountain, sure, we got an inkling of.
Yeah, but it could also just be right now he's for tea at, That's true. Maybe, yeah, that's probably.
Where is he? Right behind you.
Yeah, it's like, oh god, no. Yeah, I guess what is he? Is that specific enough, or does it need to be like what kind of being is he?
More specific is better. Because the
Yeah,
sages
what
don't have
kind
it. They
of
can't.
being is, I suppose, right? Is that what we want to know?
I think so.
Yeah, that's fair. You don't want to be like, oh, he's a nice guy. Like, what?
Okay. I need to, man. See, I'm the kind of DM that has tendency to want to tell you too much from then what this spell allows me to. I'm gonna play by the rules though.
Don't worry, I have more gold.
What would that even be? I suppose the answer would be a lich.
I don't like it.
I wish we had a third question. So I could ask, why is he doing this?
Why? Why this to us?
What are you up to gain?
Well, that might be a judgment question, though. Why?
Well, that's our
I mean, with those answers
questions.
though, it should be said there's like we're talking to like a shadowy, hooded, just shadow thing that then with the answers will fade away, leaving the bowl of gold. Well, I guess with this it's more than a bowl, like it's the tarp whereupon all the gold has been put, empty, as it's all been drawn to Tiamat's hoard.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Besegatrix is not like, she doesn't worship Tiamat, but I mean, she's a dragon queen. And you know, hey, I'm a dragon.
You know, factually, that's how most dragons feel about Tiamat.
Yeah, it's like, you know, this is a dragon rules on Earth. Like, I mean, she would like to be the dragon, but like, I mean, yeah,
Donation with extra steps.
it's fine.
Yeah, leaving you in the dim room with your answers.
All right. I mean, those
You
those
can know
answers
are
are
factually correct, which is nice. This
very
world of uncertainty.
good. I think Velignov would order one of his dwarf people to see if they can't get into Thunderhome to potentially contact the messenger or his people who were here and know about what Velignov has said, to give them that information too.
Mhm.
See if they can do anything with that name. But he doesn't expect that they can actually do that anything.
Sure.
And after
Giving
that,
it can happen,
yeah. And after that, he's gonna distract himself by punching the Red Banner host, I think.
Mhm.
Do it.
Sure.
And he will definitely invite the Spy on Tribe.
Sure.
I thought you would change your mind about inviting them because the Red Banner host doesn't have anything to steal.
I had changed my mind because I expected an attack from Thunderhome and wanted to maybe keep them from for that. But I don't think Thunderhome is going to attack because they are either preparing or hopefully soon holding back.
Okay, I'll influence them to attack you.
Great. I mean, then I don't have to.
Send the cleric from the front line.
That was one of the things I considered. I hadn't made up my mind yet.
I mean, if Thunderhome attacks, at least they won't have like their mountain defense bonus or whatever they get.
Yeah, that's better than having to try and attack them. Fuck.
Like I was gonna go with like the whole just manipulation thing, but on my break I thought about, wouldn't it be funny if I could just like work in like a whole like shell game here?
But yeah, with weapons, armor, and whatever dwarven machinery Velignov's minions have cooked up, with the help of a loot-hungry tribe behind him and a few fire giants, he's gonna see what centaurs on the open plain are like.
Sure. You march out. The giants following, they have their own camp, you know, but yeah, they don't really have reach up here, so they basically have a minimum score. They can't succeed on ones here because they don't have the reach. Or if they roll that badly, it failed anyway. similar to if you begin to attack people in Westgate without having any established presence there at all, or
Yeah.
moving there for a time or some such, right? You have a limited reach, and they certainly are suffering from that up here.
Well, the Dragonfane has some power because I have 9 dice.
Yeah, you certainly have reach over here.
A lot of dice. So we're gonna attack them. No announcement, no diplomacy, no anything, which surely is gonna be great for Valignan's reputation as a reliable partner.
Well, run on the plains. What if I burn the plains? Huh? Yeah,
Yeah.
that's right.
All the juicy grass. So, what is your attack against?
The attack's gonna be against their treasury.
All right, sure.
Get their stuff. Which
Fine there. You're gonna raid them.
Yep, which my own tribe is hopefully up for.
Yeah.
No, per what Manikai just said, if they have less treasure than you, you don't get to keep sustaining from that. You can't steal temporary treasure.
That's true. Maybe it would be better to attack might than like a preemptive defense before the actual attack.
Which is becoming a very ironic term.
It is, yeah.
Can't believe that's how it's written in the book. It's bullshit.
Preemptive defense. Yeah, let's attack might instead.
All right.
For double sevens, double ones. That's not.
All right. They will attempt to counterattack.
Okay.
Trying to meet your attack on the open plains. Because this is where they're strongest.
Triple force.
Triple fours. So before you even really you march your people out, you muster them up, and then before you declare your attack, like maybe a day before, so it's getting ready, like marching out there, you will find suddenly a surprise attack on your flanks while marching, as arrows and javelins and the like are thrown at you from all around. A strike, and then they retreat back in. You lose an additional point of might
Right.
from that attack.
Do the giants want to go next?
They look at this and yeah, it's kind of it's in the that's how this works as it turns out.
It's cooperation. I didn't agree to kill them for them.
Take care of it now. It's true. It's true. Let me just check here. Do they have the asset? There we go. They got giants, but they're not in their home territory. But we'll see. Do it. I'll actually just have them muster a little bit here too. Gather a little bit of their strength. No. Well, I guess not. I guess they will just punch with what they've got base. Okay, that's pretty decent. Centaurs will try to counterattack that too. Tell you what.
All the lesser minions of the giants are just slaughtered under
Butchered. As they get slabbed. First thing is you also pay 1 for attacking, right? So
Yep.
not only do you exhaust yourself, but this is how you win a defensive war, technically. As your forces have both struck out of the plains, moved in, they have used their superior numbers and speed to just.
Maybe you could woo Erebor to help, Wink.
Maybe. Hey, Erebor, we're great friends, right? Actually, I don't think I've ever attacked them. I don't remember, honestly.
No, but given their suspicion about the Red Dragon, they might not want to help clear an impediment the Red Dragon has.
I mean, they would like to see Elderstone restored and under Chimerian control these days. But they know one thing, that is that Red Dragon is a menace to everything north of anywhere, really. That has been thoroughly proven, I think.
Yeah.
It's not a... They fear you enough not to even...
Here, help me with the Red Banner host and I won't kill you.
That seems sensible. Dragonfane's gonna do one more attack, but after that, the giants will surely understand that I can't blow through all my resources when Fundo might still be like, look at
But
that.
the giants will help you in that case, right?
I mean, they better.
Mm-hmm.
How many dice do I have? That is 4 plus treasure is 6 plus willingness is 7. Triple 10. Okay.
That's how you do it. All right. And you're striking at their might.
Willingness says counterattack this.
Yeah, you know, they're just gonna take that. You strike fast and hard enough that just strikes true. You go in there, you smash up their destroy, kill some of their people. Like they were camping, you know, having food. They never know what hit them.
Right. You know what? Spy on tribe. Now's your moment to shine.
Yes, it is. It is their moment to shine. First thing to do is bring up the new generation, yes, into war, so that they can have one extra die and then attack.
Great.
Oh,
The new generation, everyone.
attack! Oh.
The new generation.
Okay, well they're out of weapons to the most part. They try and they fight bravely, but the thing about behemoths is they're not super fast. And they can't
It's
catch
true.
the Centaurs. Centaurs look at those behemoths by horse. They're like, no, we don't want to deal with that, and then they just don't. Beyond that, some of the Red Banner hosts have been excited about the idea. Like they were like, we don't have any other big rhinos up here to hunt. Now they do, except they're lizards, and they have trained in Centaurs to hunt those things as a rite of passage, really. So, yeah. The Spire Hunts did not get victory as they hoped. It was sad. Unless you could maybe help them get some more strength so they could attack again, which they would love. But
No, absolutely not.
okay, well,
They've tried to soften them up for them to get something from this, but I mean the Giants will have to really.
punch the might. Yeah, it's just the most hurtful thing to do. Okay, that's pretty good. Red Banner Host will try to counter-attack, tell you what, because they... Well, let's see here. Yeah, they'll try. Why not?
Oh.
That's a failure. So not only do they lose what they were attacked, they also spend an extra might on the counterattack. That is bad for them. I was just going to move them here because Ellisald's messing up my... Dead Ellisald is messing up my movement. There we go. As a host will try to raise some mercenaries. Try to gather some more people around them. Recover a few of their wounds. Actually begin, getting a little bit serious about this. You've been pushing them hard. And the Giants would love to do more, but there's just... With the negative dice, it's just... They also don't want to make themselves exhausted enough that the dragon, with what he has remains, could kill them all. So
Really?
everyone wants to help each other, but no one is willing to commit 100%, which means that currently the Red Banner host, I guess, is just too much of a bite to take.
I mean, it would be really annoying if they just recovered all of their strength next season.
Mm-hmm.
That's exactly what looks like it's going to happen.
And you've made them an enemy.
Yeah, which is great.
I don't think that matters much in the grand scheme of it.
No.
They haven't proven someone who really has grudges much. They're very opportunistic, right? If Thunderhome was weak, they'd probably go for that. If the Dragonfane was weak, they'd probably go for that. So.
Yeah, no, I think that'll be that for this year. Willingham has certainly kept, or at least tried to keep his bargain with the Fire Giants, but he's not gonna exhaust his entire faction completely just to maybe kill the Red Banner and then get eaten by Thunderhome.
The Victus sees it, and she, she nods. You've done said what you tried to do. It's not complete, but maybe in time. And she also has a little bit of a smile, because you can see that this is how she feels about Thunderhome in many ways, right? What you're doing here is what she'll be doing for Thunderhome with you. and that you are saying I'm not willing to spend this much, very much reflects her feeling about Thunderhome as I mean, how important is it really?
All right. Well, with that in mind, one more attack.
All right.
I think this you raise a good argument. It's a two-sided thing.
My goodness, Malignith. Wow.
All
Even
right.
after the Red Banner host is bulked up again.
We're gonna give it an honest try and see what happens.
About Thunderhome.
Are we though? How many dice do I actually have? I have 6.
Like, they get an additional +2 as it stands for defending on the plains.
Like they would have at least 6. And
the time when they really lost was in or on the mountains. You couldn't do the coasts.
Like you rolled triple 10s, and that's what swatted them down. Otherwise, they like to do their counterattack to like try and get more width than you have height.
Yeah, you're right. It's not a good move. It would be a show of like cooperation for the Giants, but that doesn't mean much if I just get squished.
All right. I think this will return home.
Yeah.
There might be another time, in which case you can contact her, and you can try to work on this together. Dragons live a long time, so do giants. Centaurs don't as much, but they replenish faster.
Okay.
Also, on a side note, what the hell is Romanfair up to?
If you look in on it, Raymond, have been talking to some of your own people and found that since you gave him the task, it is not a task he likes doing. It is rather working as an executioner is not how he likes to operate. But an eye for an eye. They did imprison you, do bad things to you, so it seems fair that you should get to do bad things to them. At the moment, he's been trying to scrounge up as much with the money he got while staying here. He earned a little bit, enough gunpowder to imprison the giant within a rock, surround it with gunpowder, and then blow it to smithereens. Because that seems appropriate for the situation.
I mean, that's beautiful, though.
Yeah, that's
Consumed in fire as well. He really gets.
After that, he imagines he would fly north and see what the mountains up there are like, because it's so damn warm here, and this task really isn't becoming of him.
To stay away from
He's
anything.
uncomfortable with all this Tiamat stuff and such.
I mean, Romanfair, if I had given you a task to repay your debt that you would have actually enjoyed doing, do you think you would have accepted it as repayment for a debt? That's not how this works, is it? You want something you dislike because that makes it feel like you actually repaid something.
He's choosing not to think too much about that.
All right.
But yeah,
All right. Yep, that's it for me.
Right. Missouri Legion Theory is gonna connect with the Were-Rats loop in from Westgate a few years back to they were just so bored sitting around just beating people up last year for money. To this year, she's going to task them with getting her information about what the hell's happening in Thunderhome on the other side of the mountains. Like there's like dwarves there, and they are operating in ways that she doesn't approve of. She needs answers, and she doesn't know fuck all about like these dwarves, so she needs to be informed. What the hell is Thunderhome? Like, it's not like what they're up to, but what do they consist of? Like, what is the priority of a dwarf? Like, she doesn't understand that. Like, she needs to understand like how these attempt to understand. I need to like, what is the inner working of a gold dwarf? She'll probably phrase it that awkwardly too to her were-rats.
Funny.
Yeah, because she fucking like she's a dragon. Like she doesn't have this love fest with dwarves that Telraxos and Malignith have. Like you figure it out. So the Were-Rat Coven has done nothing this year. So we're like, they'll go figure it out. Become informed about Thunderhome for me.
I mean, you have like some Dwergar Were-Rats.
Yeah.
Speak
From meeting Night Masters.
They seem a bit maybe they don't look like locals, but they could go there and trade or something, right?
Yeah.
like talk as people and whatnot.
Tell me, fellow dwarf, what does it mean to be a dwarf?
Yeah. They'll figure it out. Like she's going to trust them to like they're like lesser creatures. They can understand other lesser creatures. They'll get back to me. What the hell's happening in Thunderhome? So that's an influence plus sovereignty roll to be informed.
Yes. And what you're mechanically asking me is what are they? What's their things?
Yeah, what are their things? Like
Yeah.
I don't know how to
What
manipulate
buttons
them.
can you poke?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's 6 dice for me. We'll use treasure and sovereignty to increase our influence. Dwarves like money. We'll sling around some money.
Sure, they do like money. Good
Treasure and
deals. Get them
Yeah.
talking.
Treasure and sovereignty. That's also 6 dice. Yeah, we increase our influence by 1. Treasury will go down by 1. And with
Just going there with like some of the caravan stuff that's been confiscated, they give them
Yeah.
very good deals.
yeah,
Mhm.
that's right. It's so difficult for them to get like trade stuff these days.
There's like so many problems in the way. Red Host is one of them.
Yeah, just one of them. Yeah, so 7 dice to be informed. That's a pair of 8s.
Yes, you can be informed, and you even have extra pairs to be secret about it too.
Yeah.
Which almost comes with the territory at this point, because they're not going to try to defend against it. They're not policing, so whoever's getting in and out without trouble. Yeah, it's Dwagar, it's a little weird, but so be it. And maybe it even helps them figure out what these guys are about, because one thing the Gold Dwarves are mostly criticized for is that they have a very strong sense of cultural superiority. Gold Dwarves have a tendency, and certainly Thunderhome here is true too, for being very self-assured, confident, maybe even overly confident, and having an aloof feeling of superiority compared to most other creatures in the way they do things. Now, Gold Dwarves in that are self-assured enough that they can work with most people and creatures, except aberrations, for historical reasons, because they don't feel threatened. They look at most other cultures as being, oh, look at them. It's sort of a little bit sad to look at, really. Fail.
Okay.
Now, Thunderhome specifically, right now, they have been given a divine task, which is grand because they're actually founded here because Moradin gave the dwarves the Thunder Blessing, which made them have a bunch of twins all the time. So some twins were sent out to colonize all the new holds, and that's why they're here. And so many of them have strong and fond memories and thoughts of Moradin this particular time. The dwarf father, as it were. So that is a strong component in many of them. But beyond that, there's also many of them tendency to Gold Dwarfs to be somewhat opportunistic and less. I mean, they're used to winning. They're in a way a type of dwarf that's used to having empire. They're used to being ruling and being on top and winning. And enjoying a certain lifestyle, right? They don't struggle as much as the dwarves in the north that others might be used to. There are dwarves who never had the great falling of their empires and realms and kingdoms, so they can get very comfortable. They like commerce more than like delving, particularly. They're ruled by a high thane, but then they have a council of the great families in Thunderhome who each have basically an elder member of influence, a grumbling person. Though they're less old than many other holds, just because Thunderhome isn't that old in itself, and they didn't bring a lot of old people here. Mostly, it's younger dwarves who are more ready to make their mark, really. Yeah, a great desire in them is to claim the hold beneath the earth. That is their. I mean, if they had a prime goal, that would be it.
Yeah.
They still haven't done it because it is very difficult. Yeah, they're not really good at sailing in boats. Beyond that, their way leading to the water is close to a waterfall, which rushes the water down, and then very, very far down into this big underwater sea here, full of psychedelic miasma and who knows what sort of horrible aberrations live down there. So it's really hard to sail against that current. It's really much easier to come from the other side. But of course, there be dragons,
Right.
which they don't. The place is not. I mean, the place is. They'll be told it's well defended. They're feeling very sure in their defenses. But they're also cautious, having seen what happened to others. I feel like I'm rambling a little bit. Is there any other aspects I haven't touched upon?
No, that works.
Okay.
Works. Right. Get informed about this, thinking about what Imizure Leader Theor's next approach would be, based specifically on what Valignev told her. And Valignev didn't say, like they said, try to avoid getting the clerics killed. So I did think about whether she would just try to influence, Thunderholm to attack him, and I don't think that's a yes, because that's not what he wanted. I think, though, she can film this, she'll fly to Thunderholm herself.
Oh, okay.
She's done that before, and she will do so again. I probably, land about, sort of the same distance away from Thunderholm as she did whenever she introduced, Rimminthier.
Mm.
She'll take that approach.
She can see the big stone edifice that sort of oversees the little trading ground and stables outside of Thunderholm. The place is slowly growing bigger. It's hard for her to tell if it's bigger than when last she was here. Mostly it probably grows in and underground.
Yeah.
Do you remember looking inside, the claustrophobic feeling of being stuck in an anthill? All the tunnels being too small and too narrow and full of dwarves. Imagining crawling in there to fight them would be very very claustrophobic, right? They would have pikes, and a lot of the tunnels are made with strong bends so that breath weapons don't carry far, and they can easily set up all sorts of things. And do you remember places where big metal doors could slam down and lock you in a certain tunnel, or who even knows? The place is a labyrinth. But out here, it's certainly clear that why the dwarves like to be indoors, right?
Yes.
Because they have far less power. Now, as she lands here, though, much like last time, it'll be a little bit, and then a delegation will come out the big stone gate.
She'll sort of lay, maybe next to the tavern that she laid at years back, and she'll wait.
This time, though, they're riding boars.
Oh, okay.
Boars, and yeah, well, they have tokens now, so
I can't imagine why that would be a necessity.
Supply, yeah, with a bit more assurance. The type of
go ahead
of dwarves that might be showing up, right?
Yeah, fold you guys back here behind me. Yeah, look at that.
These kinds of guys coming out dressed in plate and wielding very heavy looking war picks, made specifically, you might guess, for piercing enemies in heavy plate, or perhaps with dragon scales covering their bodies.
Can't imagine why any of that would be necessary either.
There's good 5 of them, in a V formation coming out here. The front one having a slight gold trim on his helmet, showing that he's one of the leaders.
Yeah. I think she'll stand up as they're riding towards her, having maybe don't treat this meeting too casually. She thinks to herself as boars are riding at her.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Beyond that, there's fewer dwarves out here than have been before. It's clear, certainly, that they're in a different state of alertness than they were with her last visit, even. And that wasn't even warm, certainly. Here she can certainly look at the edifice and see that there's many little holes in it, where who knows what might be hiding, looking out at her. Holes that are too small to really do much more than say, shoot a ballista bolt or something. That's these dwarves right up at a respectful distance, right? But they clearly, I mean, this is clearly a show of strength.
It is.
They don't come bowing and scraping. They come.
It is good to demonstrate strength before a predator. This is good.
They come with pride and the knowledge that they can defend themselves. And that they probably have trained for something like this now for a while. It's been a threat for years. We'll come out here, and there'll be that moment of silence as they sort of watch the dragon sit there on the barren earth out here. There's no trees or anything. They made sure that it's clear with a good open view of anything that might come and anything that might burn. Yes. Yeah, I will say it's been a while. Welcome, Amy Zureli Druthir.
She says.
Dismount from the pig. You know. The pigs don't seem super happy being close to the dragon. You know, there's the even the dwarves move nervously.
Yeah, she tries not to spook them, though. She thinks it would be funny if she just snapped her head and snapped her teeth at the boys.
Yeah.
She says, "I have come, I, Amy Zureli Druthir, as I have visited you all before, Thunderholm, in understanding and not with hostility. I recognize I have been treated the same.
Dwarf nods. We certainly have a past history. What brings you here now, then?
My arrival is of some concern, and one I had hoped that your religious leaders could help parse through, for my expertise in such matters is unsuitable for the specific endeavor."
He sort of tucks his beard slightly. It's clear that the talk of the religious leaders is something that's on their agenda. He's curious to see where this goes, but also feeling a bit of sense of a trepidation speaking to a dragon about this.
Yeah, she says, "Specifically, I have received a vision, one which perturbs me, one which involves Thunderholm, and I thought it best suited to come and converse with those best suited for such a conversation."
You want to speak to our priests?
She says, "If those are who would be best suited for such a conversation."
Yeah, he sort of thinks for a moment. I think even it's a sign of weakness, right? But he sort of looks to one of the others as if questioning. He clearly isn't sure. This is not what he expected at all. Let's say, should you bring a message to them that might convince them to lend you the time? Looking for something to take back inside with them.
She blinks a few times, lend the time? As if the concept of what he's just asked is something she can't understand. It almost sounds like an insult. Explain.
Perhaps it would help them get ready if you had some words on the nature of this vision.
There was a time, some years distant, where an emissary of Thunderholm traveled to my lair to converse. So perhaps there is some understanding of the distance, especially with peaks vanishing in the Giants Run Mountains.
He tucks nervously on his beard.
Perhaps it is... Do your religious leaders believe that a dragon comes so flippantly?
Give me a diplomacy check.
Yeah, I'll do that.
He said these beings are notoriously stubborn. They're set in their ways. But
That's fine, because if they do offend her, we can work from that position too. Yeah, 26.
all right, yeah, no, that's good enough. Barely though, as he sort of gives a moment to think. If you'd follow us closer, perhaps we should meet inside then.
She looks and says, "You will have to convince me of why I should head into your settlement. Given its size and your clear preparations, though we may have been on amiable terms, I would not enjoy it."
Apologize then. I'll bring them out here. Understand, however, that the Red Death has been on the minds of all of us these past couple of years.
She says,
return to these lands.
She says, "Yes, and if he were thinking of such a moment, he would be foolish to try it while I'm here."
He'll turn his pig around and go back, leaving two of the other guards here, just sort of escort the dragon as like an honor guard. So
Yeah,
she's not going anywhere, and they're just sort of sitting on their pigs, like, and they don't really know what to do.
he goes away.
Sort of.
He's got the honor guard. Like, she looks at one of them, and the other one, then back to the first one, says, "So what was that all about?"
They look at each other as if they're not really meant to speak to the dragon necessarily. They don't really have the authority, but whatever. Some of these dwarves are more inclined towards dragons than others. They have lived in peace for a long time, after all. She'll say, "There's been a vision. Muradin has spoken to the High Cleric, informed him that he wishes our kind to claim these mountains, one and all. To begin with the Red Death, but we've been preparing for it now, for time. Word's out, and more of our kind will be arriving." And he sort of says, "Everyone's a bit on edge. The actions of, well, the name is not for show, as I'm sure you know."
She says, "Yes, I am aware. That is what has your religious leaders in
They
the
are
situation that would disregard me, I see."
no, not disregard, I'm sure. Just they're nervous, and the creature such as yourself certainly. He sort of looks at his comrade, who sort of is like giving him like a slight, like, don't say too much, man, look, but he disregards it and says, "I can't help but feel afraid looking at you now, myself, as if when I look upon your form, there's some primal dread." This says, he's boar stepping like 2 steps backwards.
Yeah.
Trying to get your way.
Like, her body like leans back as she like inhales deeply, puffs out the chest a little bit.
You can smell their fear. Right?
Yes. She says, "Had I intended more hostility, I would not have had the course of action I have taken thus far with Thunderholm, nor would I have had the course of action I've taken thus far with my neighbors, such as Redensea."
Aye, we've heard good things.
"It was only your distance from my lair which precluded me from entering a similar arrangement. This is too far for me to adequately give my word to help." And she'll wait. She's not gonna bother them anymore. They're just nobodies.
As eventually the elves will come back with an older, more long-bearded dwarf wearing plate mail that is certainly inscribed with runes to Muradin. Big shield and the like. All heavy, all sort of in earthen colors. Slowly stomping out here. In that sort of way, she can see him coming from a while away. Clearly not meant to be open field sort of.
Yeah.
He doesn't ride a boar or anything. It takes a lot of effort and training for the dwarves to stick on these beasts.
Yeah. She thinks to herself, why would he armor up so thoroughly to like walk all the way out here to talk to me? She doesn't get it.
That seems to be like his holy vestments, whatever.
Still doesn't get it. Like if I just wanted to like pick him up, I could do that. It doesn't matter what armor he's wearing.
She comes out here walking for a good like 10, 15 minutes, to get out here.
I think
Not
like
hurrying, not running, but
like a few minutes like into like the venture, like she asks like her honor guard, like, why doesn't he just ride one of the boars?
It takes a lot of training to do.
Oh.
They taught him other things.
Do you have a sled or something but that he may ride?
One of them can't help but like chuckle slightly, and then like silence himself at the other one's look. After being here for this amount of time, they're sort of feeling a little like, and then with the dragon's banter, let's say, maybe that should be a priority.
It only seems disadvantageous if one so thoroughly armored were to attempt such a trip. She waits the rest of the time as it takes for him to walk up.
And says he will come up escorted by the three boars that left for them. She will walk towards Missouri Terthier. With slightly narrowed eyes, like he's clearly been told something. I'm not sure exactly what they said. He walks up. You've arrived here, and more so, you've arrived with a message we did not expect.
I am Imisere Lidrathier. How would you prefer to be addressed?
Let's see which one we got. There's not that many great families, and
I know I've like put you on the spot for a name, but it just seems rude.
He'll be Darazum Duskax. And he'll introduce us as Duskax.
Duskax. Yes, I ventured this distance to speak with one who would be informed about such a matter. In the hopes of... She says, I am as of yet uncertain. And I think sort of like to explain this, like sort of like out of character, before I do anything else in character, is for her, she's going to be launching into a lie from this point, that she has received a vision from her deity, which will inform her to sweep these mountains clean of the weak, so that only the strong may live. And it troubled her because she wasn't certain whether it actually came from her deity, and she thought that she would actually touch up with someone who's actually, studied on religious matters besides the Ogmites. Because, Thunderhome is here in the mountains, after all.
Mm-hmm.
And she says, now once within the character, like, it was not so long ago, perhaps a 10-day, that I experienced a sensation which I am unfamiliar, which gave me doubt. It was a message while I was asleep, couched as if it came from Malar, and wishing upon me something that Malar might do, involving these giants run mountains. And yet, whenever I awoken and regarded what had been delivered unto me, it filled me with trepidation and a hint of suspicion, for I was uncertain of its veracity. Considering Thunderholm's place in these mountains, I thought not to involve the Ogmaites of Redenseer, and instead ventured here, for I could think of no others who would be so informed than the Dwarves of Thunderholm about this.
Yeah. He looks at you, and I mean, you need to do a bluff check here.
Yeah, absolutely.
See how much of this. Of course, there's the risk of sounding too similar. Some such.
Yeah, she knows, but it's okay, because this is the sort of thing that she lives for. 28. I'll keep fast talk in the bag for now. There might be another time I need to bluff him.
All right. He'll tuck his beard, and he's not a gullible dwarf. That much is clear. However, you're pretty good at talking, and even if he might doubt that you're telling the whole truth, you're certainly giving him enough to work with that he's beginning to bite into it. You can see that much. She's like nuts, perhaps forgetting for a moment where he is in the middle of this plain out here.
Yeah, with people that are supposed to be like his inferiors or what have you.
Yeah, let's just say intriguing, I suppose. I wouldn't have thought. What makes you doubt this mission?
I have connected with Malar in past times. I shepherd a shrine of his. There are other means by which he may commune with me. It has not been in this specific fashion. He would be more direct and blunt, particularly with the shrine I safeguard. Then there was obfuscation there. It was not his directness. But the tenor of the message was very much in line with what he would enjoy, just not the vision itself.
Just tucks his beard slightly. The hunter is. He sort of holds back a little bit because, of course, he has his, the dwarves are not really fans of like the beast lord.
Yeah.
That's not what they do, and it's sort of not even really like Muradin doesn't have him as a foe either. They just don't really meet ever.
Right. It's just like it's not even like
it's a different sphere of like it's like the bad guy on a different school, right? as sort of turns this. He is known not to travel mountains much, though if someone was capable of making you believe you were, a verification would be ideal in your place, I would think. Some sort of rite or divination that might speak of the truth.
I also hoped to ask you or a representative among your kind directly. And now that I have you here, and she sort of like leans in and playing into this bald face, like her face like scrunches up, she gets angry. Are there any afflicted by the spell plague among you?
Sort of frowns and shakes it. No. We would not invite such creatures into our midst. There used to be, years ago, but we banished them. It is said that there were others, but she says they were part of the Red Death's company.
I think like she preserves that hard stare at him, that sour face. Then she pulls back a bit, and her eyes like widen again.
She believes this man is a very terrible liar. Should he try to?
Good, she says. One of the tasks, and perhaps your kind among Thunderholm have encountered emissaries from the Emerald Enclave before, those who sweep the land, purging those who have been afflicted, those who bear spell scars. One of my tasks in the message was to do a more thorough cleansing, to ensure that no weaker creatures could be around who would be tempted by spell scarring. To cull the weak, which is something Malar very much embraces.
Duskax nods. You get the feeling that he doesn't and hasn't for any moment considered that the weak might be the dwarves.
Right.
This is not he's thinking goblins, hobgoblins, ogres, all that shit, all the filth of these mountains, right? Which he's happy to use but never respect. Right? Even now, you've noticed when you visited that there were some like hobgoblin guards in certain bits of the city they had sort of brought in. But he'll nod and say, "Yet if someone was able to falsify such a message, surely it would be another divine then. Perhaps Lord of Lies. Yet, for you to warrant such attention, whatever force, regardless of its origin, had done such a thing would have wished the spell plague to be gone from the mountains. Perhaps for its own benefit, perhaps for the greater good."
She, it's not even like a nod, so it's just like a bobbling her head. It says, perhaps. Have you, perchance, received... He says, obviously not from Malar, but I was... to help me suss out what might be the cause, if there is some devil I need hunt in these mountains who may be responsible. Have there been anything unreasonable as of late, something different? Something perhaps received? Besides the Red Death.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Our High Priest himself had a vision, not, of course, like yours, from Moradin, speaking that these mountains once belonged to a great dwarven clan, that we should reclaim it for our kind and form a kingdom, not just a hold. Such is a great task, but as a holy task, it is one that we are bound to commit to. Your territory is not here, however, so I don't think that concerns you much. But it will bring us into conflict with the Death once more. Great conflict. Conflict we are preparing for even now. With the reinforcements, we are more confident. It looks up and says, but if you... It was spoken at times that dragons too can receive the scars. Might be.
She gives a hard statement and says, Velignith does not bear such a thing.
Yet he's your enemy. No?
He is.
Perhaps we could work together then.
She inhales and says, I heard this line of argument back when an emissary visited me in my lair, and I could not offer any assistance for Thunderholm, given the distance. You must understand as well that Velignith is of larger size than I am, and also understand that were I thought the task so simple, I would have made my move while he was imprisoned, much as I imagine you would have.
He seems a bit confused, but just nods.
And she says, which I had heard that Thunderholm has taken action against this foe. I was wondering why Thunderholm did not pursue this while he wasn't there.
We had hoped he was perhaps sleeping, resting, or had grown old or tired or inactive, as his kind does. We have been expanding down, growing slowly. It's good. It's been good years. He shakes his head. When he returned and burned down Elversalt, we sent a message. He replied that we would be next on the plate. It was only a matter of time. It's all the warning we needed.
She says, "It is unlike him, anything I know of him, for him not to have retaliated. Has he done so?"
Shakes his head. No, he surely has seen us. We've seen his lizard things, his drakes in the skies, carrying his people. They've looked at our defenses and we've shown them how mighty they are. We are certainly no Elversalt. We will not fall with fire from the skies. Cannot burn stone. As he glances slightly towards the like clouds up there over the mountain.
Yeah, she follows his gaze towards the peak. Yeah, that is no longer there.
He grumbles to himself, that dwarven way. Under the beard. You think there's something else afoot?
I am uncertain, though, if your high priest has received connection, and I have received something masquerading or perhaps following with my, again, uncertain. I have spoken with the fire giant who leads what remains of the giants who dwell, and she says, it is difficult to say. The giants have a religion I do not entirely understand. But there is something similar there as well.
Could you give me I think it's a diplomacy check at this point.
Yeah, sure, I'll give you a
More
diplomacy
so
check.
than a bluff check. And this is really the deciding, because you're telling him something that he kind of believes what you're saying. You've come a long way. He doesn't see what your benefit would be from a lie at this point.
Right, it's a lot of time out of what does she have to gain?
Yeah, and he's trying to understand, because if it seems unlikely that all of these people would have had.
Mhm.
That somehow becomes strange.
31. Yeah, sure. I won't use the fast talk either. I got that.
As you nod slowly, so bring us troubling news. Do you know whether the giants are deceived or not?
She says, there has been a change in leadership recently due to deception. Currently, the giants that remain are led by fire giants, and they have broken away from the deception and rot. That is my limited understanding of their structure.
No, it's troubling. It seems we will have to ensure that something untoward is not happening.
Yeah.
He seems troubled at the thought of doubting the word of his authority, basically.
It is good that I was right, that those of Thunderholm would be best equipped to pursue this matter.
He nods. If you then remembers that you came here to ask him for advice.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, it is best to be sure. If you require help with such a rite, we can attempt to perform the ritual here. Beyond that, perhaps the Alchemites would be of assistance to you.
Yes.
I do not know whether Moradin's power would extend to knowledge of the affairs of Millar.
She says, if there are other concerns, I will keep your offer in mind, though I may just travel the shorter distance to Redden's. Like guards, like the 5 who rode in on boars, like reacting like during our conversation. Like, do they have any like faces?
They've been listening to each other. 2 of them try to just be like good guards and be like not involved, but these dwarves are inherently somewhat nosy. They're young. They have a lot to prove, if you will, and yeah, some of them have certainly been listening. Certainly, the person who laughed at your joke earlier he seems concerned. Maybe he knows a little bit more about this. I mean, telling from your fairly decent perception or insight, as it were. Your words have been heard by more than this guy, certainly. Yeah.
She says, with that, our interaction of this day is concluded. I understand that I have other affairs to attend to, and I imagine someone of your import would have so as well. Your time spent traveling out here to meet with me is considered and appreciated.
Yeah, you as well. More to do than ever. And he waves a hand at one of his guards who's like quickly like remember something in the dismount and unfurl or unfurl, I suppose, a rolled up what seems to be a gift, basically.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, appears to be a skin of one of the large mammoths. They sort of unrolls. Inside it are the tusks. Not mammoth. What do they call it? Big rhino.
Yes.
That live on the plains. This walked too close to our gates. We chose to show our strength. Perhaps the ivory will do you well in your hoard. We apologize for the holes in the skin.
The three leaders here accepts the gift and says, I accept this, and the spirit in which it is given. And she'll take some steps away so they're not immediately slammed by, by her wings or like the boars freak out. And she'll take flight.
All right, and they will remove themselves back to their maybe a little too fast, sort of, getting back to the safety of the inside halls.
Yeah. In the interest of speeding this along, I won't have the were-rats take any further action this session. Imizure Leaderthier will return to her lair, and then through the Sending Stone, look to speak with Valignant.
All right. After I've unmuted myself from every single source I have to unmute myself from.
Imizure
will quickly arrive.
Yeah, she won't bother with pleasantry. Says, "I have had my minions comb through Thunderhome, and I considered several approaches, but thought of how you wished for this matter to be resolved. I ultimately chose to venture there myself, where I spoke with one of their priests and implanted the thought that other beings are receiving visions, and while the messages of those visions follow along with what their god desires, that said visions may not have come from that god."
I hadn't considered the approach of going there and telling them. I think
it would not have been well received by you. They are very prepared to shoot you from the skies.
I suspected as much. It will be interesting to say whether they choose to believe you. It would be very easy for them to just disregard any warnings, because surely their god wants them to prove themselves, or shenanigans like that.
I do not know how these lesser creatures will handle what I have told, what will become in the immediate future with Thunderholm. But there should be some hesitation there, if what I saw on the face of that priest and his guard were of any consideration. Should that fail, I can take more severe measures, but I thought to preserve the creatures you so enjoy.
In the meantime, I'm not sure if you've spoken to the cicatrix.
She says, no.
Two of us have done the ritual, as mentioned, and have the name of the creature responsible.
She says, very well, what is your next step? Is it one that you can immediately slay?
I'm not sure. I do not think so. I wouldn't know where to find it. It is supposedly a lich by the name of Grugarin Death King. A name I don't remember hearing before.
She blinks. She says, nor have I. I do recall, as you may, that the lich sometime ventured to this your fane and dwelled around the Serpent Valley. I cannot think of any other entity who would know liches besides Thayans.
Yes. I wonder what actually happened to said lich. He had lodgings in the Fane for a while, and then I believe at some point he simply disappeared. I don't remember him having any grudge against me specifically, but perhaps he is simply attempting to clear out the mountains by making everyone destroy each other.
I could not say. This is not a matter I can pursue exploring.
You remember him going, saying that he wanted to excavate the city of the dead, and you've
Yep.
not heard from him since.
That was quite some years ago.
Oh yeah.
Perhaps that's worth following up on?
If nothing else, you have your little sky wings that can look around. Perhaps they might be able to find that if you inform their lizard pilots of, no, not pilot, their lizard riders of where to look. That is all I wish to say to you involving Thunderholm.
On the topic of that lich, did I ever mention that while I was absent up in the giant's place, I got approached by, I don't know, a spectre-looking thing that wanted to offer me some deal with death to kill the giants up there? I think that actually happened, and I didn't just imagine it.
She says, I believe I heard you murmur that while you were asleep, and thought it was nothing.
I don't know, maybe I'm overreacting, or maybe I'm trying to connect things that are not connected. However,
It is also not something with which I could assist. I have not been contacted as such.
very strange.
I will keep an eye on Thunderholm, and should circumstances there be unfavorable for you, if all else fails, I can induce them to perhaps strike at you before they are ready. They intend to amass more of their ilk. I might be able to delude them into believing you are weaker, that you have perhaps journeyed away.
That
Dude.
would help.
That hag was talking about visions where she was being grabbed by dead hands.
Mm-hmm.
It is true.
That sounds like Dead City shit.
She says, good hunting, Valignith, and wraps up the conversation. In part so that Sheep and then Airy can take whatever actions they want to do tonight.
I think it's worth having a conversation with the hag. I don't know if it has to be an actual, like, laid out conversation, but at least to inform her, hey, I've gotten a vision that pretended to be from, my god and told me to kill everyone, and you got a vision that told you to run away as quickly as possible. And the dwarves have gotten a vision that told them to kill everyone. How
To build
certain
a
are you?
kingdom.
Sorry?
To build a kingdom in the mountains. It wasn't to kill everyone, but to build a kingdom in the mountains.
Which implies killing everyone else.
You would be the greatest hurdle to that.
Yeah, it's true. But the gist was basically, hey, how certain are you that the true vision you've seen wasn't an attempt to manipulate you, because that seems to be a trend as of late?
Yeah. Well, Mother will nod at that, as if it's a wise question. Let's say, we, my kind, can be tricked in such a way if we are alone. However, my younger sisters are grown now. They are able to assist me, and as a coven, we have a power that is not comparable to what other creatures perform. We could not be tricked in such a way. Not when we are all together and all sane. And I can confirm now that we are. In the past, we had a vision to slay the dragons or die, as if that was our only option, and I alone acted against it, because I felt, and I said back then, that the vision seemed untrue, confused, perhaps.
Perhaps vision back then at the same source, although that seems to be... Does the name Gregarin, the Death King, mean anything to you?
She thinks for a moment and shakes her head and says, I don't think so.
Oh.
It sounds like a very specific name.
Name of a lich, apparently.
I know no such creatures.
I know one, and
Though,
other
to be
than...
fair, I have lived in the same swampy cave for my entire life. I grew there, grown from my own older sisters, and it was expected that we would continue living there forever. Our kind used to be elsewhere, but we were brought there by the giants in ancient times to answer their questions. Now I have left, breaking years of tradition. We would even bury our dead there, sink them into the shallows of the swamp to strengthen the predictive power of the place. Our eyes hold magic.
Tradition is just an excuse to refuse to make the world a better place.
She doesn't comment on that. Safe to say, it is not enough to keep me there after what I saw and felt.
I don't suppose you know any details what that vision really is predicting.
It was very direct, actually. The death of me, bound on my traditions, on my past and my history, coming to rip me apart. It can be interpreted in various ways. They mostly always can. But I felt that a proper response was to heed the warning of fate. I have gone against the nature of a prophecy before. Now I will choose to follow this one. Hopefully, I can find a place where I can stay with my sisters and hopefully continue to provide the power of vision to you and yours. Maybe more easily now that we shall be closer together. It was quite a journey to come here.
You can certainly stay as long as you like. You can leave whenever you like. Let me know if you have any more of those visions, specifically ones that seem useful.
We have many, but many are things happening far away and to faraway people. They occur only when things of great power take place, or things of great emotion as well. We can seek them out on special topics, but what the fates show, ruled by rules not entirely of our own understanding.
Yeah, I think it has nothing else to. Yeah, out. Do whatever.
Sure.
Might be connected, might not be connected. I'm just assuming that it's gonna be like a trifecta of bad guys, like Lich, Aboleth, and Black Dragon. Wouldn't that be a terrible combination?
The Avengers, simple.
Yeah, Vesicus 6 is probably accurate. They're all conspiring against her. It's terrible. Really, they should just all be murdered brutally. That's Juno the better.
Yeah. I think Sheep's had plenty of involvement though in this session, and I think I have too. I think before we finish up, we should probably look at Westgate, see whether any of the factions there want to do something.
Does the Marked have any current moves?
Honestly, I would like to try and learn more about the other Black Dragon here. I feel like that might be relevant.
All right, you can gather information certainly.
Yeah.
What do you want to know?
How many forces he has here, I suppose.
Okay. Yeah. Scouting stuff. Sure. You just roll me a information. Being informed. Influence and sovereignty.
I don't know.
Now, and here's the thing that's going to come in. Let me just do this now. There's a black dragon here with some people actively actually trying to just get in your way, whatever thing you're doing.
Why would it do that?
You know? Why would it do that? This means that whenever you attempt a thing in Westgate, you have a minimum difficulty to raise to being 1. If you succeed with 1s, it's basically weak enough that they will manage to foil it anyway.
Is there any faction that are associated with them yet, or?
No faction, no.
All right. Well, I don't know what to do about that.
Well, gathering information is probably a good start.
Yeah, dude. Well, I guess this is the end of the session here.
Yeah. I can tell you currently, it does seem like the war is going to end. No one's weak enough. Well, no one's willing to weaken themselves sufficiently to take down the Captain's Council and the City Guard at this moment. Really, because no one has enough allies to sort of go about that.
Yeah, but I don't want to weaken myself and then have the session end with me being attacked.
I don't think it's going to happen, no.
That doesn't.
Not with sovereignty and influence, at least.
Okay. There's only so many spendable resources here. I only have 4 dice for this.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Oh, you can't find out. You send some people out and they just don't return.
Yeah.
Take that if you will.
That might be a project for next time, I suppose.
All right. Sounds like the guild war there is over if no one's willing to try and come into
It does sound like that. I mean, the definition is that someone gets to keep it for 2 years, and it seems like the Captain Council are winning. Now, I'll admit, I didn't think that was how this was going to end. Just to give that a I didn't know who would win, but they were very much alone for a long time. And I suppose they just, in initiative, got opportune spaces and good roles, and the fact, I guess, that they were not associated with anyone particular also meant that no one had them as like veto people.
Well, because
everyone's kind of okay with it just being an independent city.
Yeah, everyone kind of also in the like until just like they might actually have benefited from me not being allied with them because suddenly they're not a threat, right? It's just one faction. Who cares about one faction? There's like teams of people.
Yeah. It definitely helped that we did not try to target them at any point. But yeah, they're not with Cormyr, they're not with Symbiote, they're not insane, they're not undead. So
they don't really agree with each other, but that's okay because their vision for this city is pretty much to keep it the way it has been.
Yeah.
And most people were okay with it then, and they're okay with it now. Things have changed. Some factions have grown, some have broken, some have died. So the sort of makeup of the city is like, if you think about this, the factions that are here now and the factions that were here at the beginning of the Guild War, there's been a lot of exchanging going on. Like, not many have actually made it.
But all the people who were at the meeting,
they're all here. Because they haven't really targeted each other.
No, of course not.
On purpose. None of them ended up winning, though, but they all ended up being in a position they're okay with. More so, no Sembian or Cormyrian allied factions exist anymore. So that is certainly also a thing to note. That the city has proven that it wants to stay independent. And still, you could imagine what would happen if someone tried to invade here, like an actual army landed. Everyone here would mostly say no, thank you.
The last faction that was there, the Fire Knives, the Seeker said, "Are we cool with like kicking them out?" Because the Seeker has a grudge there, and the Fire Knives
murder them. No, they ran away. Who knows what's going to happen with them? They might just turn into a skipping faction as they try to lick their wounds or something until they might become relevant in the future. Who knows?
I mean, but I was looking at them like it's not even like it's like I think everyone was like, yeah, hey.
No one's going to defend them.
You greatest threat to peace at all by last session. Whenever you smashed that crazy faction and splintered it into 4 groups.
Yeah,
they would have continued to just flip out, right? To just attack everyone, keep things going. But now that they're gone, these groups each have other things they want to do. They, the Cult of Cyric just kind of wants to, I guess, see the world burn. But Bane has a legitimate idea of what they want. The Guild does, so does the Black Network. So the Cult of Cyric, I guess, has a lot less influence over a great power than they used to.
Yeah.
One other thing I'd like to do before the end of the session is to have the Were-Rats police my region. I haven't done that in some years. I've had Trusted Dayan to do it, but I would like the Were-Rats to, since I don't really need them in Thunderholm this year, to like comb through the roads.
Yeah, let's do it.
Is that a might influence? I don't. That's not in the document.
Yes, might influence.
Okay, might and influence. So that's with my buff there. That's 7 dice, and Alice.
Might sovereignty.
Oh, okay. In that case, that is profit
influence might. If anyone wants to contest your
might and sovereignty, that'll be 5 dice, and I'll assist in that for 6 dice. Triple 6s.
All right, yeah, that'll do. That's better than before. If there are problems, certainly now they have to roll triple something better to beat it. So.
All right, cool.
Really wide rolls on policing is very useful because it means you can be in more places.
Yeah.
Which is good when you want to keep watch of people. Yeah. So if anything happens, basically anyone tries to do something under that, then you'll be informed.
Good. 666. What a great moment.
It's a fairly safe region.
666, number of beasts. And it's the Malor dragon is perfect. That's poetic.
So, congratulations on Captain's Council winning the Guild War and ensuring an independent Westgate.
I know.
Double tab.
How the? I know you just discussed it, but how the hell?
It was a thing, and it could not have worked out, but
yeah,
it did. Again, it was a hard goal. We still don't know exactly how it was accomplished. So,
It just happened.
Yeah.
and two hard goals actually.
I just want to
You are-
clarify that killing the other dragon is still a medium goal.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is also about the reason the guild war ends is because Cormyr and Sembia this year could not interfere. They couldn't buy more factions. They couldn't help the ones they had because they're focused on each other this
Yeah.
year. And you know, things might happen that might drive them in that direction again. Who knows? That could be a thing that happens, which might mean that they have to do more stuff like that. Oh well, that's done. We've made moves towards subjugating the Spirehorn tribe. We have made moves towards shifting power balance, and we have not reduced Thunderhome's might. But I think overall we've worked pretty much on most of the goals here right now. So that's good.
Yeah.
We will have 2 goal slots. Both technically would be areas. Sort of region. I don't know if 2 is
I
too much
think
though.
one
But
would be. I think we're missing.
Yeah. She already has one on the board there.
Yeah.
right,
The Black Dread.
sure.
Yeah, so that would be for me. That's 2 hard goal slots. How are we looking on these level ups that we don't really use the power ups for anyway?
I might try and up my sovereignty next time. I feel like I am in. I feel pretty celebratory right now. Murdered like 4 factions and
Yeah.
pended Westgate, and now my enemy, which my friends couldn't slay because they were killer eagles, it's like come to me.
3.
Yeah, but it's about your company, and the company has had like glorious successes and triumphs there.
It's true. They have. They
Z-
got more money, which is
Karam,
from the
done. Cult of Asmodeus, done. Night Masks, done.
done. Yeah.
Yeah.
What was the other ones we killed?
Oh, no, that's what you killed. Night
Yeah.
Masters, I ate, but you didn't
Yeah,
kill.
oh, yeah, that's true.
Gives you. $6,000 each, which is that'll just breach it. You will be level 18.
Right.
Yay!
You need 99,000. You have 99,879.
All right.
So
Ah,
so it is
Thanks for the
right
wisdom,
over
guys.
that. That's stepping ladder. So again, I feel like we can look away from Westgate a bit. There's still
Yeah.
things there, but much less of a focus. And I do think we had things like we got through the turn order much faster this
Yeah.
time, and that's good. And we just spent a lot of time doing other things, which is what we're here for. So
Mhm. Yeah,
A lot of weird new information.
that's
maybe good for goals.
maybe good for goals. Maybe we might have some individual character focuses where we zoom in and stop doing. Not doing
It would be nice.
use these characters.
Yeah.
So we
Throw down.
These level 8
Turn the world.
characters, yeah.
That's right. Refamiliarize yourself with what the fuck your character can do, especially in the case of Malignant.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't even seen level 17 Malignant yet.
That's
But
true.
not ever.
No, we never. You can delay the level if you want, but it's a pretty good one.
Yeah, +1 to 2 ability scores, gain a feat.
Ooh,
Yeah,
that
it's
is
fun.
pretty tasty.
That's right. I will be even scarier. We will all be even scarier. And that might be the power you need, because who knows when we'll have to go murder some fucking dwarves or some centaurs or
So we inch closer to epic tier.
some fucking devils or whatever. Who knows? Or some
Hey, I
heroes.
got a black dragon to murder, so
That's right. That's
Just
right.
bigger
Dragon
than
on Dragon action. And
so.
I thought about this session. It's worth keeping in mind. One of the reasons the Night Masks had so much trouble is when everyone figured out they were vampires. Everyone who's in Westgate basically knows what the hell Cicatrix did because of how public and visceral it was when she dismantled the Zentarum.
Yeah, but she's not the leader. Like, she's not trying to tax people, you know? She's just there. Together with, like, the Beholder and all the other fucking
It's
monsters.
true. It's true. She's not trying to institute a blood tax. That was good.
Yeah, you know, like...
And leadership doesn't hate her yet until they succeed in permanently increasing their sovereignty, and the council leader looks at how they were abandoned by the marked.
Consolidate.
Yeah, consolidates power.
Chum the city of London.
You know what? They'll do great piracy again, and they'll forget.
I mean, now is the perfect time for you to be a pirate because Cormier hasn't done anything to police their water.
They've been busy.
It's
That's right.
Too.
Now is your moment. Yes.
you know, the money.
Especially using sovereignty and might.
Ugh, underwater cup of water.
There you go. You can finally use your ass. Imagine stealing wealth from Cormier because you keep plundering their trade ships in a year.
We do have worth to steal. Or Sembia. They have even more worth to steal.
That's right.
Well,
Both.
Wouldn't that be a turnaround?
I mean, I've done it before. That big ship you made that was Symbian.
It was.
Yeah, they tried to send him to Seer, and then I got hired
to
help Seer. That was really great. I enjoyed that.
Good old dragon switcheroo.
Yeah, and I'm told that it is a classic.
Yeah.
That's right. Finally, after all this time, where Cicatrix can. Oh no! Wait. I mean, but the fucking Black Dragon just can't like steal. Maybe the company can. While she busies herself with the Black Dragon.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That alone is reason for celebration. Piracy! Woo!
Yeah, we broke 3 factions and we're about to be pirates again.
Yeah.
It's
Beat people up, steal. Woo! Get money. Money.
I did enjoy Sheep being like, now this is the moment where I enter Westgate.
I so wanted to.
You wanted it so bad.
Just throw down.
You know, this political, like, cloak and dagger guild war going on, and just Valigna literally walking in there and setting things on fire randomly.
Burning everything.
Maybe if the Giants hadn't been right there, with Thunderhome also being... darn.
We certainly have seen, like, in the beginning of this game, a lot of things happened differently because a lot of factions were not as... we were not as aware of the risk of it can go fast. Like, the Red Banner has lost their sort of cockiness by one failed defense roll, right? Because that suddenly swings it 2 in one way or the other. And it's like you can very quickly begin losing or winning these fights. So a lot of people, it's really the question: is it worth dying for? And a lot of people don't think it is most of the time.
Yeah. That's why all those little factions ran and are hiding in Desir.
Yeah, I mean, it's a place that really fits them kind of well, right? Thieves Guild, the Slavers Guild, and like a rich gentleman club in like a corrupt Richmond's town. Yeah,
It really is, yeah.
they live there.
All right.
Maybe they're just all licking their wounds. They tried to throw down, they failed. They're still here. They might be relevant in some way, but right now they're not really. So,
In some senses, the Desir is back to how it started whenever we started this whole zoom out view.
certainly is getting there. Wasted we did looking for Londi on the other side.
Yeah.
2 weeks because Cormier keeps losing their assets in fights in Proscure. Haven't really had the time or effort to put into them.
The corrupt merchant lords were why I instigated the shit that I did in the first place.
Now there's different corrupt merchant lords.
That's not really civilization falling, but I guess Elversalt happened. That'll do.
Hey, you know what? Yeah.
To introduce Valignith to something and then, you know.
Valignith, I would like you to meet...
Have you ever considered going to this town? And he's like, oh, I'll check it out. And while he's over it flying, he just can't help himself. He's like, this would look great.
It's nice this time of year.
You could also just ask, hey, Valignith, do you want to destroy the sound for me? And you'd probably say yes, because...
Yeah, right. Oh.
Well, the dragon wants it, so it must be good.
Yeah. For anyone who thought he might have lost his touch in all those years he wasted away, do not worry. He is back.
So
And
he heard he burned to the ground. That certainly has been the way of doing it.
spicier than ever. All right, we're good here then. We're done.
We're done. I think there's things to look forward to. 2 goal slots to fill. Yeah.
Fleet murder. Harry will sink all of the vessels.
We'll get back
Yes.
to war with Cormier. Wow.
Come along, Captain's Council. We shall grow fat and happy together. And they're like,
Time.
bye, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
Good night.